partnership as an innovative pedagogy for sustainability. She raised the issues of indigenous knowledge as the eco-partnership and developing the eco-partnership as innovative pedagogy. Now, it's your turn, Babita ji.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes. Please share your screen.
Yes, sure, sir. I'm sharing. Just give me a few seconds, sir. So is it visible?
It is visible.
Namaste, everyone. It's me, Babita Mahajan, the MPhil scholar. And in this conference, I'm here to present my paper entitled Ecopreneurship as an Innovative Pedagogy for Sustainability. And thank you, TERSD, for providing us this wonderful opportunity. To start with, as we all know that Nepal is a country with diversity, and different people from different backgrounds, caste, ethnicity, religion, have their own type of knowledge and skills that they use to practice in their daily lives. And I believe that this know-how, their daily practice are highly environmental friendly, and I can claim this because I got the privilege to stay with my grandparents for about 18 years, and in those days, I closely witnessed their activities and even practice those activities, those local knowledge along with my grandparents, like sitting in the straw mat, cooking food in the earthen stoves, and storing water in the earthen pots, and even the foods and vegetables we used to get from our own fields, and we don't have to be much dependent on the orders for the fulfillment of our basic needs. So these are just some of the examples that I still remember, or let's say experiences, my own experiences. And through these experiences, what I want to relate is that those activities were more sustainable in terms of environment, or maybe in terms of living our own lives. Now, however, while I reflect my own practice, my own current practice, I realize that we cannot even imagine our life without the use of plastic materials, or let's say we even get food and vegetable. We even have to be dependent upon orders for even the food and vegetables these days. So I hope you all can relate this in your lives too. So with this background, moving on to the introduction part. We all are aware about the environmental issue, and its sustainability has been the matter of concern these days. And according to Nagari 2017, he said that environmental issue is mainly arises due to the environmental and ecological changes that is caused by the developmental process. Oh, so sorry. And also Taylor et al. 2019 has advocated that the United Nations has identified the compulsion of education for sustainable development, so as to coordinate with the interest of globalizing economy, biocultural diversity, and also the natural environment. So it is necessary that all the learners are to be instilled, not only the learners, even the teachers are to be instilled with the values and beliefs in the sustainable development. And so in order to direct their each and every stage and activities mostly towards the conservation and preservation of the natural environment. So in this paper, I have raised the issue of eclipsing local knowledge, local skills that our ancestors used to have, as we have been abandoning these practice day by day, and due to the change in our own lifestyles. And it has moreover increased the dependency upon others even to fulfill our basic needs. And this has ultimately given rise to, directly or indirectly, it has given rise to the environmental crisis. The main purpose of my research is to incorporate ecopreneurship as an innovative pedagogy by instilling life skills among the learners to live the independent life by ensuring environmental health, and also by preserving our own local practice, or let's say indigenous practices. So my question here is, how do we incorporate ecopreneurship as an innovative pedagogy for the sustainable development? And the main significance of this study is that our teachers and students will be able to empathize with the local knowledge and also the environmental issue, and be aware about the eco-friendly activities or the local knowledge to live a sustained life by engaging themselves in the ecopreneur activity, and thereby enhancing 21st century skills among these students. So among the different issues, my paper mainly focuses on the environmental issues, and solving those the steps in solving those environmental issues through the application of the local knowledge. So what is ecopreneurship? So in this word ecopreneurship, there is the combination of two words, that is ecology and entrepreneurship. So where ecology is mainly concerned with the relation of living organisms to the another and to the surroundings. And Aranto and Saibodi has explained that it is necessary that every individual should possess the ecological intelligence. So ecological intelligence mainly refers to the social skills that one should have so as to live the sustainable life. And the entrepreneurship is one's ability to undertake creative and innovative ideas to carry on the tasks and embrace the outcome of the decision undertaken so as to achieve the expected added value. So therefore, ecopreneurship means it is the one's ability to keep the ecological aspect in mind and also in hand and heart, by initiating and innovative ideas rather than only making the profit. And similarly, innovative pedagogy means, the term innovative itself means the new ideas or something new, or the modernization or the advancement. So bringing advancement in the teaching learning practice is the innovative ideas. And in this regard, Santos, Figueiredo and Veira has explained that with the need of shaping or installing students with the 21st century skills, most of the teachers have been abandoning the traditional approach and have been embracing the innovative pedagogy in order to develop learners as critical and reflexive person with the ability to solve the problems. So incorporating this innovative pedagogy mainly focuses on problem solving, critical thinking, reflection, reasoning, logical argument, and interaction abilities. And also along with this, empathy, enhance empathy, creativity, moral values, ethical values for the holistic development of the learners. So my whole paper will be aligned with the transformative theory. As I have already explained, there are various issues, like environmental issues and the issue of the shadowing our own local knowledge. So here my questions are, how to make people aware about the impact on the environment as a consequences of the human practice. and how to encourage people to continue with their own traditional practice in the production of their own unique knowledge or skills which are eco-friendly. And in order to answer these questions, um, I have sorry, it is necessary to make the learners or teachers aware, teachers reflect on their critically reflect on the environmental issues and the issue that is associated with our local knowledge, and also reflect on the daily practices of our ancestors. Uh, so in this sense, Maziro 1997 has said that when any reflection is done critically on the assumption upon which our practice, belief, expectation, and disposition of our thinking process are based, then only the transformation is possible. So while conducting this research, I used interpretivism and criticalism as the paradigm where I try to interpret the understanding of the of a teacher and students regarding the environmental issue and the local issue, and at the same time empowering them to critically reflect on their daily practices and also on the practices of our ancestors. So my research is fully value-laden, and it is mainly influenced by my own belief, values, thought, and action. As we all know that there is the existence of environmental issue, and I believe that making students and teachers empathize with the environmental issue and bringing awareness of the local knowledge and skills among them help learners to shape as ecopreneurs to solve the environmental issue and at the same time live sustain life using local knowledge and skills. So the epistemology of my research is that knowledge is subjective and knowledge can be constructed, and every learners can construct knowledge in different ways. And the ontology of my research is that there is the existence of multiple realities, and every individual perceives realities in the multiple ways. So my research design here is action research, where I planned the activities for 7 days, and after taking the consent from the concerned authority, I implemented that plan at school. And at the very beginning, I built the rapport among the teachers and the students, and I shared my planning with them. And as it was the time of Tihar during the implementation of my plan, I proposed them to make something useful for Tihar in a group of 3, and those products will be exhibited in the fair. So I even facilitated in conducting a mini fair at the school, where rest of the students came to buy the product made by the students of grade 8, and the whole process I observed and reflected on the whole process. So, so the participant of my research were a teacher and grade 8 students of Wanifty High School of Lalitpur district. And I collected the data from an open questionnaire among the teachers and teachers and students. And while doing this, I also collected some field notes, and all the formal and informal interviews were also documented with the audio recording. And in doing the data analysis and interpretation, the collected data through those questionnaires and field notes and formal and informal interviews, I transcribed all them through the narratives and organized them in the different themes. So here I try to maintain the quality standard through pedagogical thoughtfulness and critical reflexivity. Through this research, I created a space for reflecting on daily practice and be thoughtful of the different environmental issues and the local issues, and understand the local knowledge and skills our ancestors used to have, and also reflect on their daily practices. And similarly, this research helped both the teachers and students to critically reflect on the daily practices and raise questions about their assumption, beliefs, values, and practices, and their impact on the environmental aspect. So hence, to conduct this research, first of all, I took the consent, as I have already told it before, from the consent authority, and got the letter signed for the approval, where detailed information about the research was included. So no participants were forced to participate in this research. They were autonomous to quit anytime, and the decision to quit were highly respected. And throughout the research, I ensured the confidentiality, where I didn't reveal any type of information of the participants, whether they may be personal or generic. So finally, through the narratives out of the field notes, questionnaire, formal and informal interview, I came out with the three themes. They are contextualized learning, sustainability, and enhanced eco-perennial skill. While conducting those the fair, one of the teachers said that students have created so beautiful materials out of waste plastic. So Cristianto and Vidya 2021 has stated that contextual learning as an alternative to minimize the waste. So when students were engaged in this type of activities, they even use the waste materials to make the lamp, to make some decorative items. So and one of the students also shared her experience by saying that engaging ourselves in producing things required for our festival Tihar help us to get a deeper understanding about our festival. So Putri, Gloria, and Mulyani 2018 has stated that learning should be contextual and related to the students' daily life. And Hijab Varia 2016 has also stated that the contextual environment that an entrepreneur is embedded in will influence the likelihood of pursuing an eco-entrepreneurial venture. Similarly, in sustainability, one of the teacher have shared that this type of activity will definitely create the space to live a sustained life and definitely solve environmental issue. So in this sense, Ifoima, Gunardi, and Chizoba 2020 has said that ecopreneurship has thus become a market-based approach for identifying opportunities for improving the quality of life through sound environmental practice. And the last one, entrepreneurial skill. One of the teachers said that students have come out with really creative product, and I'm so surprised with their work. And this is the first time our students are engaged in such of activities. So through the exploration, I came to know that they have been engaged in the experimentation or exhibition of science only. So they were never engaged in such type of activities before. And in this sense, Iforma, Gunardi, and Chizoba 2020 suggested that eco-innovation, eco-commitment, and eco-opportunity as the important element to success in the ecopreneurship. So finally, to conclude, it is necessary that the ecopreneurship as an innovative pedagogy promotes local ways of knowing to global platform, keeping sustainability as at the center, creating a global citizens. So thank you, everyone. These are my references. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Babudaji, for finishing allocated time. Please, do you have questions to the Babitaji? Please.
Okay, I'm seeing there are two questions. Can you please share what was the traditional knowledge you use in the making the products? So do you mean in the sphere or?
Yes,
please,
in
sphere.
Yes, in your research, like you said, like you were using some traditional knowledge to make products. So I was wanting to know, like, what was this traditional knowledge?
Actually, the products that the students made for the Tihar, they came up with the knowledge of making the tube and something. They really come out with the innovative ideas like. They also, along with the traditional knowledge, they even come out with innovative knowledge. And for traditional knowledge, like we can consider this traditional or local, let's say local, my main focus is here is local and indigenous knowledge. Like they made the dio, and out of that dio also they came out with many creative ideas, like making the making peacock dio, and similarly they even use waste materials, waste candle. They collected the waste wax of the candle and bring it together, and they even make the candle that will be light in the during the tihar. Local knowledge means that they make dhoop, they even make the agarbattis, and mandala, or let's say something like that. Out of they made that out of the paper also. So this type of activities that is related to the local context will help enhance the skills that is necessary for our for sustaining their life, or for sustaining their life. So these are the traditional knowledge or local knowledge they have been implemented while making these products. So I think both questions were same. What are the hurdles implementing your eco-entrepreneurship in the Nepalese school system? Hurdles भन्दा पनि I think there is more opportunities, and definitely there are hurdles. There may be hurdles also to get the resources. Right? Sometimes because our local knowledge, as we are slowly abandoning those practices, it might be sometimes for us too difficult to get the resources that we might need, that we might be needing for implementing the ecopreneurship.
Thank you, Babitaji. Let's invite another presenter.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Because Maharjan, there is no other information about in the paper. Now he's going to present the school sustainability strategy during the COVID-19. In these presentations, raise the issues of digital literacy and digital learning during the COVID-19. Now over to you, Bikesh sir. Your time is start.
Thank you, Vasanta sir. Am I audible now? And
yeah, you are audible and visible.
Okay, good morning to you all. So today I'm going to present my title on school sustainable strategy during COVID-19. So it's me, Bikesh Maharjan, and I was a now I am a former principal of the Little Flowers Public School, and I am MPhil scholar of the Kathmandu University School of Education. And so during the COVID-19 pandemic had begun, and then so whatever the experience I have done, and I felt, I realized, and my feelings, I would like to share in this my presentation. So my school is International School Awarded School, and from the British Council. And so when after achieving the International School Award, I have a very ambitious program to sustain my school. And at that time, the COVID-19 has begun, and all over the country and the world, education is getting a big problem. And in our context, also the lockdown has begun. And Physical class is difficult to deliver to the students, and the school has been stopped. So we have no idea to conduct virtual classes. So there was a big problem, and it's the teaching and learning. And so I found that there are so many challenges to facilitate remote learning, digital learning. So I think that so in this my through my experience I can reflect or in this in my paper. So I found some impact during the pandemic, that is psychological impact, academic impact, and social impact. Uh, in the regarding discussion about the psychological impact after a long time gap of the school and schooling, and the students are getting suffering from anxiety and depression. All the parents are also prioritizing to the health first and then only the education. So all the peoples are getting afraid from that COVID-19 coronavirus. And in the parts of academic impact, I experience that, I feel that there is a very difficult to communicate with teachers, students, and parents. So no more ideas to communicate with the parents and students as well as teachers. And students are getting drop out day by day in my school, and education has been lost or getting stopped. And also I found that learning habits was decreasing day by day, and retaining and learning capacity habits of the students is not good. Also, in the social and physical impact, I found there is a less communication with society and more engagement. Students are more engagement in online games, TV, and electronic gadgets. And I found also the students are getting eye problem. And due to the pandemic, all the students are stay in their home, and there was no environment of physical exercise, and some of them gets a physical problem as well. And in the beginning of COVID-19, so our school is physically stopped, but I try to connect all the students through social media like Facebook and Viber. I try to introduce a stay home creative project to all the students. And for that, I just I try to convince the parents that you have to cooperate with your child for enhancing their creativity. And in the beginning of pandemic, all the students are very happy that I got a loss of I got a holiday for a long time. So in that situation, they were happy. But in the pandemic, in beginning of the pandemic, and I promoted students to do an activities on the value-based education. And Rafikov et al. 2021 also addressed that the value-based education helps their morality and moral education to the students. And also, during the homestay at the pandemic, I prioritize less reading and writing. Instead of that, I focused on the multiple intelligence guided by the Howard Gardner, and Lesteri et al. 2021 also stressed that focused on the social, physical, and mental activities such as musical, logical, mathematics, physical exercise, art and craft, and so many activities regarding with multiple intelligence theory. So I assigned the activities to all the students in the beginning of the COVID-19. And these are some of the photographs of the students they did. activities in the stay home project, stay home creative project. Throughout these activities, I try let them to activate their socially, mentally, and educationally in their homestay project. And during that time, so I found lots of problem how to sustain my school. So my purpose of this study is to explore the sustaining strategy of school during the COVID-19 pandemic. And my research question is that how did you sustain your school during the COVID-19 pandemic, and what strategies did you implement for sustaining your school during the COVID-19 pandemic? And through this research questions, and I found a problem faced during the pandemic that was the digital learning was a new approach for me. It's very difficult to how to address the digital learning, virtual classes, and teachers, students, and parents were not familiar with the distance learning, digital learning. And it's a very difficult part to convince the parents that this is also an alternative solution of the teaching learning during the pandemic. And challenges to implement the alternative ways of teaching and learning policy, which was addressed by the government. So in that policy, there are so many activities mentioned in the alternative ways of teaching and learning. And that was also difficult in that situation. And I also felt the difficult to conduct two-way communication, teaching learning same like as physical classes, but it was difficult for me to address two-way communication, teaching learning in the virtual mode. So in this research, I found I just a theoretical reference as a social constructivism, and through this social constructivism perspectives of the lens, I try to address, I try to communicate, I try to scaffold all the students, teachers, and parents during the COVID pandemic. So according to Nazguna 2021, sociocultural theory is an arising theory that people's development is possible through their involvement and engagement in society and culture. Also, zone of proximal development enhances cognitive growth. The students can learn and generate new knowledge through the zone of learning with the help of facilitator, and scaffolding learning process is used to Vygotsky zone of proximal development theory that support and encouragement to the students during the learning, enables them to engage in learning activities, wrote and Radford 2010. And so this study is significant or rational of the study is that the COVID-19 pandemic gave us a good opportunity to transform the education system from physical to digital world. So the digital education was also a present demand of teaching learning in the context of Nepal, Dawadi et al. 2020. And it is also significant for the teacher, educator, teacher, and head teacher to implement systematic way of digital learning. And the challenges and strategies used of teaching learning during the pandemic is my experience. It might help to understand the problem and solution for virtual classes. And so my research is interpretism paradigms, and I follow the autoethnographic. And during the pandemic, I found digital literacy and the teaching learning impact in the process of virtual classes. So digital learning defines Care et al. 2018 focuses on the functional skills, creativity, critical thinking. All these digital literacy skills components are very important, but it was very difficult. And at the beginning of virtual classes, we don't have any learning management system. When I communicate with my facilitator, Mr. Binod Prasad Panta, I found a module class can be used in the school. It has a free version, and I try to implement the Moodle Cloud as a learning management system, and also I use the Veda. And there was also a challenging while using the learning management system, because most of the students and parents are not familiar with that learning management system, and the teachers as well. For that, I need to I organize lots of trainings and workshops to facilitate learning management system. And I also on the social media is also one of the a very easy communication for the students, teachers, and parents. So in that part, I used Messenger and Padlets, as well as Viber and Skype as well. And during that, while introducing the digital learning, I found that students are very interested to play online games and their electronic gadgets and online or other websites instead of learning academic school education. So there is also a barrier or thing we have to on e-safety as well. And digital learning, the journey from physical to remote learning. So the learning, I found that the learning process is transforming. So that in the first year of COVID-19 pandemic, I found that no one was familiar with the remote learning. That most of the parents expressed me that I will be waiting for physical class, so I'm not interested on the remote learning or virtual classes. That after a long time school stop physically not started in the class in the school, then the parents are feeling that so my child is getting a big problem, that they are not cooperating, discipline, and everything is not properly run as in the common days. So they get awareness on remote learning, and they try to supporting for the digital learning. And remote learning was continued nowadays also. Same like now right now we are having a physical conference instead of we are having a remote virtual conference instead of a physical conference. So it seems that it is transforming, and also in my school right now as well. So the learning management system also help to monitor the students' activities, that throughout the LMS, so parents easily can have attendance, can see the attendance, assignment, activities, students' performance, academic performance, and we can also communicate to the students and teachers and parents easily. So it is still continuing process while now in the normal days. And I did struggle in the pandemic to sustain my school. That actually I worked more on the in-service teachers training on the digital literacy, and so for that the Google email, Google Sheet, and so many different ways of teaching digitally to the students. So regarding this, we did lots of activities. Also, we organize national and international webinar on practices and perception on teaching learning during the pandemic. In this webinar, how the teachers and schools are doing teaching during the pandemic. We found lots of clues and activities, like by using Padlets, we can teach them by using communication through social media. Also, we can cooperate, and lots of activities we did. And while teaching virtual classes in the pandemic, mostly in the ECD level and the primary level, the parents, students are not able to functioning all the electronic devices properly. But parents need to support them, and the parents are supporting in the and the parents are stand by working while teaching through digital virtual classes at that time. So parents evaluate the teachers very closely, that how the teachers is going to teach to my students. At that time, teachers, parents also started to give a feedback and complain to the teachers that the teachers is not going to teach properly, the plan is not appropriate, class is not effective. In that situation, I started a clinical classroom supervision for quality and productive learning. And for addressing the clinical classroom supervision, at first I oriented all the teachers, and after that the teachers introduced the lesson plan to me. And that lesson plan while teaching in the online classes, and I as well as my administrative staff, they've supervise and follow. We will give a feedback to the teachers for improving the education. And also,
Vikash, please sum up your presentations within 2 minutes.
Sure. And then during the pandemic, parenting education is most important. I found and that as well. And strategy implemented on virtual classes, that as I already told you, that are organizing training, workshop, webinar, and regular meetings. And also academic virtual teaching learning module policy I prepared and introduced them. See, also the monitoring policy is very important, and the scaffolding to the students, continuously giving a feedback and progressive motivation to the students, which continuously encourage to the students. And how these activities, in my experience, I found that the digital literacy is one of the key components of the 21st century global education, and teaching learning is transforming from physical to digital, and the continuous in-service teachers training, parenting education, and scaffolding to the students help to improve the digital learning. And only one thing I realized, that the institutional based school can sustain easily even in the pandemic or in the normal days. So these are my references. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, because there is, I think, one questions in your chat box. Okay, any materials that you used at that time? If so, what kinds of materials were used and found appropriate?
So I try to more focus on the contextualizing with our real world and daily activities, and I guided to my teachers during the pandemic, that while we teach students, if we connect with our day-to-day activities and contextualize with our daily activities, then it would be more easy to address. And these are the materials which we used in the pandemic on the virtual classroom.
Okay, there is another question.
Yes, I found another question: how can digital learning or e-learning be promoted at the policy level? So actually, I found I feel that this is the now the 21st century era is the age of digital world, and all the activities and all the works are being digitalized, and absolutely in the education parts also we have to think and develop our education system through digitalize, and in the policy level also definitely the government has realized that during the pandemic we have good option of teaching learning process that was digital learning. That's why so we can assist and we can promote, and the government also can promote, and this my experience, and I think all the scholars participating in this conference as well, all we have experience about teaching learning practices and perception about the virtual classes. That's why. So I think it's very, very easy. Also, I found that while using the virtual classes, I found it's actually a paperless job. That's why it reduces our extra financial burden as well. So the policy level can work like to implement digital learning in this in our context. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, because Mohanji, I can for your nice presentations. Now, I'd like to request Tara Podel. Are you around there, Tara ma'am?
Yes, sir, I am here.
Hello.
Yes, sir, I am here.
Okay. Now, Tara Podel is going to present her paper, Experiencing Identity Change Through the Transformative Sensibilities, and she discuss how these identities, her identities being changed during her professional and educational journey, and with respect to its values, belief, assumptions as being a female mathematicians and the mathematics educators and researchers. Now, it's your turn, please.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, ma'am, it is visible and audible.
Is it slide share more or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can start now. Yes.
There is a TV like icon on the top of the taskbar, ma'am.
See the top of the screen, there is a slide share mode. Yes. Ravi, you are muted. Please unmute yourself. Okay.
Is it okay, sir?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Okay, good morning and namaste all from Nepal to respected my session here and all the participant here today. It's me, Tara Podel. from Department of Mathematics Education, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. Furthermore, I am also a PhD scholar in Kathmandu University, STEAM education. The co-author of this study is my PhD supervisor, Professor Dr. Bal Chandra Luitel sir. So my today's presentation is on the small snippet of my PhD work, which is in progress. My today's presentation topic is experiencing identity change through the lenses of transformative sensibility. Which shows how my identity is revolving around the process of changing through transformative sensibility. What I have experienced here in this study. Before starting my actual presentation, let's see the background, how the scene for this research was set. During the time of October-November, we all Nepalese celebrate our main festival, Dasai and Tihar. You can see here in this picture, Nepali people celebrating their festival. Now, it was the festival time where my family welcomed me as a baby girl during the mid of October. And this was my first identity when I stepped in this earth. So during that time, it was around between 40 to 45 years before. There was a very difficult for girls for education and to move forward. You can see here in this second picture, this is me. This is me going to field and working with my family and neighbors. Here, all the female used to work hard in the field and home. It was impossible to go to school. And so from that stage, it is really difficult to imagine how I struggled and came here in this stage, where fighting with gender perspective to gain education and to move forward with a lot of struggle. And I finished my master degree. You can see here in this picture, I am graduating and starting my teaching career. This was my breakthrough, me as a female professional, both from the lenses of a teacher as well as teacher educators. So my journey is starting from the day which I have born and till now, where I stand, encourage me to set the scene, to conduct this research. So let's discuss a small part of it. So these are my presentation synopsis, starting from introduction, dealing with the purpose, showing the theoretical lens, then methodology, followed by analysis, and finally concluded it. Now introducing my topic, since the scene was set during that time, when I was on my teaching career, I was dominated more or less by teacher-centric pedagogy, as well as one-side fits nature of pedagogy in the classroom. Which include traditional perspective like Habermas technical interest, where teacher was primary responsibility to impart knowledge to the student, and then to control the student. So this was the trend. But I didn't change my pedagogy as well as my belief. After that, I started questioning my practice. Was it really fruitful? Did the student really learn from this kind of pedagogy? I mean, this kind of approach? Can this approach really fulfill the demand of growing 21st century skill for the student? Is my identity only the informative teacher, or can I proceed transformative teacher? This question arranging my mind, and I started changing my own value, belief, assumption. Then went on the sourcing my identity to change and way to develop and transform myself professionally. So from this scenario, the main purpose of this research study is to explore how I have been experiencing identity change through the transformative sensibility or for sustainability. Sorry. So I have talking about two major terminology here. They are transformative learning and identity. What they are in real. Transformative learning is a process of change. That change which start from ourselves. It brings about the change of feeling perspective of the learner, as well as we all learn from our experience. So from May Zero, it is a process of change, that kind of change in an individual, which critique their value, belief, assumption, which causes a shift in thinking, feeling, perception, and behavior of any individual. When we see towards identity, self itself is identity. So identity is the mental center of any individual. Mental center associated with thought, emotion, feeling, belief, assumption. That is all guided by experience of any individual life, past life and present life. And identity also being and becoming as well. So being is linked with past. Then how a person was being till now, and becoming is linked with a transformation, about how a person has to become through his or her identity. As Prem Sir also said in his keynote session, becoming is transformation of identity. So we discuss about transformative learning and identity. I went through this concept. Then it made me choose and use here transformative learning and identity theory by Ileris, which is suitable for aim of this study. So Jordan and Ileris explain that transformative learning link with change in the identity of the learner. It is the fundamental shift in our sense of our identity, way of us residing in this world, and to movement towards the truth of our personal story. So transformative learning and identity theory proved to be helpful to me make sense of my professional experience with the world from the subjective perspective. So in methodology section, my research study is guided by multi-paradigmatic research design space, which include interpretivism, criticalism, and postmodernism. So talking about the interpretivism, it has enabled me to explore my lived experience of me as a student, as well as teacher and teacher educators. About my mathematics pedagogy. Now, critical paradigm helped me to see through critical outlook and to reflect upon my own belief and practice, and to make my story realistic to the readers. So postmodernism has assisted me to use multiple genres for different aspects of my belief in different way. So autoethnography is a research methodology helped me to explore my past self-experience in the existing context. I mean, existing socio-cultural context. Here, my experience has discussed only two ways. First one is transformational journey in mathematics pedagogy and changing journey of identity of mathematics pedagogy. Talking about transformational journey, while I was my teaching profession, teaching profession, after teaching many years, I started to feel monotonous. Living with same kind of pedagogy as well as same kind of daily routine. So I plan to advance my teaching learning to demand of the 21st century skill, and take a change in my professional life. So I joined MPhil study, which has the major turning point of my professional life. In the process of learning, the system there was really different. All the coursework, presentation, dissertation was really tough, which helped to me shape my knowledge level and experience my creativity. Taylor explained that. Taylor explained that type of transformative approach and pedagogical practice help me to help to student reflecting critically their presupposition, value, and belief. So now I am a doctoral student. I am critically analyzing my value, belief, and assumption. The change process wasn't a rapid one. I slowly begin changing and imparting different methods of teaching learning to replace the traditional teacher-centric pedagogy to make a transformative one. I listen and interacting with my student and making them to focus on the real life world problem. We can see here in the picture how I am teaching my student, motivating and encouraging them, and how they are performing. So this type of activity is gradually changing my professional practice. So the main decision not to be confined in the traditional teacher-centric pedagogy to move forward. This desire made me apply the path of criticality to sustain in this 21st century society. This process and methods are giving me a lot of opportunity to improve my practice. And this conference itself is a great opportunity for me share my knowledge among you all and improve myself as well. Now, moving on to the changing journey of identity in methodology, in mathematics pedagogy, sorry, as I have discussed about the sweet as well as bitter phase of my professional journey, starting from traditional teacher-centric pedagogy, questioning myself, advancing my studies, and changing process of my pedagogy. During the process of bringing to change of pedagogy, I started feeling up with a different pedagogical color. This helped me to grow professionally as well.
Tara ma'am, please sum up your presentation within 2 minutes.
Thank you. As a teacher who is applying new pedagogy in the classroom, we can see here now in a we can see here before setting the scene, I was using chalk and talk. Here now I am using digital technology. So over the year, I have been using many different color for teaching in give a different experience to teaching learning. This type of teaching experience change my behavior and identity. In this context, Baldwin also has supported that from our experience and shift in the sense of our identity help to change our belief as well as assumption for a change. This all process has me to change my identity while I was on the journey of change pedagogy. This all pedagogy helped me realize where I was before, where I am now, and where I supposed to be near future. So all the different color of pedagogy was shaped me to who am I now. In conclusion, I would like to say that I have expressed my professional experience about transformative learning and identity, and about my mathematics teaching and learning pedagogy, starting from previous traditional teacher-centric pedagogy, along with way how I am in process of transforming my pedagogy as well as my past, present identity. It shows that in teaching learning, when mixing different colorful pedagogy, that is STEAM approach, group discussion, classroom collaboration, construction, using teaching material, use of technology in the classroom, bring a gradually pedagogical transformation and change change myself. So overall sense of transformation deals with a person present to make a sensible transformation of their present as well as their future identity. And I have been applying critical paradigm as well. The critical paradigm in the research has proved the become of change agent for transformation that carries the aim of sustainability, that is to sustain in this 21st century skill 21st century society and culture, and well capable human resource in education, I mean mathematics education as well. These are my reference. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tara ma'am, for your nice presentations. Now I'll welcome to the questions. Please, do you have any questions to the Tara ma'am? I have more 4 minutes for discussions.
I think I happened to ask, although I'm the co-author, probably Tara ma'am, did you talk about this Hilary's idea of, transformative learning can be used to change or to actually develop our identity? Any thought on that? Did you use that in this presentation, or you did not share that thought? Hilary's idea of transformative learning, identity and transformative learning. Did you use that one? Just to clarify, because identity is not something that is fixed; it is changeable. But which direction we take it, this is also intentional.
Yes, thank you, sir. Transformation is the critiquing of self. Transformation start from the self. Self is I and me. Self is identity. Identity is mental center of individual. According to Hilary's, identity is mental center of an individual. Mental center associated with value, belief, assumption, feeling, perception. When a person critique their value, belief, assumption, and perception, and their feeling, when a person, then the person transform, slowly start transform. A person transform, then the identity is also transformed. That is the message of Hilary's. So I use in this research study.
Okay, so that means you are using this in your research study, that identity is not something that is fixed. It is shifting, it shifts, but transformative learning might help you take to the direction, to a particular direction that might create us as teacher educator to become aware of authentic, empowering, and inclusionary pedagogical processes and system for ourselves and for others. Okay, that's, as a co-author, that's what I have to share to clarify. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
You are muted.
Okay, thank you, Tara ma'am and Professor Dr. Balchandra Nutel sir. Now I would like to invite Yadav Adhikari sir. He's a PhD scholar of the School of Education, Kathmandu University. He's going to present his papers titled on modified Delphi techniques for sustainable hospitality. And in these studies is try to focus and explore the sustainable hospitality by taking the tools and the modified Delphi techniques in the context of Nepali resorts. Now over to Yadav sir. Yadav sir, are you around there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yes, sir. Please go ahead.
I am visible, sir.
Yes, sir. You are visible. Now go to presentation mode.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
So okay,
that's fine. Sir? Yes, it's okay. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and respected distinguished personalities from national and international sector. And I am pleased to having here this presentation to the third international conference, Transformative Education, Research and Sustainable Development. Talking to the introduction chapter, I am a PhD scholar of Kathmandu University, and my title, my research area is relation between service quality and customer satisfaction in Nepali resorts and a mediating effect of education. And this paper basically associated with my tool of my research. And the tool was QSSQ and CSSQ. QSSQ is a stand for Service Quality Survey Questionnaire, And CSSQ stand for Customer Satisfaction Survey Questionnaire. Talking to the literature part, I go through the different literature on sustainable hospitality and service quality aspects, and the circular literature of Jetmail ETL 1990, modified Delphi technique proposed by Peak and Devo 2007 question statement to measure the service quality IQR value of item from different construct of circle instrument, and verification and approval benchmark of panel of experts from Nepal and Nepalese people. Basic concept of this paper is do not destroy the existing things. It is the property of next generation. It is the basic concept of this paper, and we can see that there are 3 dimensions of sustainability: social, environmental, and economical. And this paper is basically focused to environmental and economical aspects of sustainable hospitality, taking the resource of Nepal and quality service aspects of hospitality sector. Now, talking to the hospitality need a huge natural resources and other different consumable energy that creates significant impact on natural environment. And this environment maximum utilize water resources, consumption of foods, electricity, certain harmful, and hospitality creates certain harmful solid waste, and the main concern of hospitality industry is regarding the natural environment. Therefore, Govis and Feniel 2021 argued that hospitality sector is responsible for 21% carbon footprint among the total tourism of the globe. But due to economic motivation, consumers' needs, and the priority over the environmental issue, we foster the hospitality business, and to foster the hospitality business, customer needs is more important. And the customer and we use the satisfaction theory of customer taken by Jetmail ETL 1990. Purpose of this paper is to explore the evidence of modified Delphi techniques to contextualize Sarpal instrument for sustainable hospitality, considering the resource of Nepal. And talking to the guiding questions, there were 2 guiding questions for preparing this paper. The first one is what are the process to validate and contextualize the Sarpal instrument to measure the service quality of sustainable hospitality, and the next one is to what extent the Sarpal instrument have consensus among the experts to conducting the modified Delphi technique. Talking to the modified Delphi technique, there are 3 stages to conduct it, and the first stage is literature review and interview, and second stage questionnaire evaluation, and third stage is evaluation of the correction made on the questionnaire. A researcher conduct the Jetmail ETL theories for the literature review, and for interview there were 10 anonymous experts and stakeholders of the hospitality sector, and researcher made questionnaire evaluation and evaluation of the questionnaire correction made on the questionnaire in the last stage of the modified Delphi technique to improve the Sarpal instrument to foster the sustainable hospitality. Talking to construct of different construct of Sarpal instrument in initial phase, there were 5 construct it identified by the Jetmail ETL 1990, there were intangibility construct, acceptance of physical facilities, equipment, personnel, and communication materials is included in reliability, ability to perform the promised services dependably and accurately is included in responsible construct, willingness to help the customer and to provide prompt services is included in assurance, knowledge, and courtesy of employees and their ability to convey trust and confidence is included, and empathy construct, provision of individualized attention to the customer is included in the circle instrument. But after conducting the modified Delphi technique, researchers find through different 10 anonymous stakeholders and expert, one expectation construct is identified and included the prediction standard, ideal standard, and real brand standard and expectation norms of the customers. And this model is derived from Jetmail ETL 1990 and 1993 literature. Assessing the circle instrument, Tefra and Govindan 2016 argued that Oates model is better for the hotels in developing countries, and Lee ETL 2016 argued that Wolsop for hotels, Lawsop for and Lawsqual for lodges, and Insop for in restaurant sector can be used in restaurant sector to measure the service quality to foster the sustainable hospitality. But different researcher and scholar like Akan 1995, Gabian O'Neill 1997, Jensen 1996, Prasad ETL 2014, and Bello ETL 2019, and other different research and scholar like Monju ETL and Khatun ETL in different scholar argued that modified circle instrument of Jetmail ETL 1990 is an appropriate instrument to measure the service quality in the hospitality and service sector to foster the sustainable hospitality. Now, talking to the research method, and it is an example for tangibility construct, and I have presented this in the appendix part of the paper, but I am going to present here. There were 6 items in the tangibility construct, and first item, resource should have up-to-date equipment. Second was their feasible facility should be hygienic and visually appealing. Third was their employees should be well dressed and appear neat and tidy. Fourth was physical environment of resort should be neat and clean, and fifth was the cost of service should be reasonable, and sixth was the resort should provide complimentary and discount items. And there were 31 total items were identified by the different anonymous stakeholders and experts. In tangibility, there were 6 items: reliability 6, responsiveness 4, assurance 4, empathy 5, and expectation construct identified through 6 items. To conducting the modified Delphi technique, how we conduct the modified Delphi technique, we can see in the next table. When consensus benchmark of different stakeholders and experts gathered from Likert scale, 5-point Likert scale, there is this strongly disagree, agree, don't know, strongly disagree, don't know, agree, and strongly agree. The 5-point Likert scale was provided to the anonymous stakeholders and experts, and they provided their consensus benchmark in the single item of the service quality questionnaire. And we collected and plotted it to the ascending order, and we divided it to lower half and upper half, and we take mid value from upper half, and it's subtracted from lower half, and IQR value is here. You can see in this table. When IQR value is more than 2 or more than 2, we can reject the items to measure the service quality for sustainable hospitality. And the basic formula of modified Delphi technique is presented by Peak and Tabor 2007. And the basic formula of this is level of consensus we can measure, and the measure level of consensus of different stakeholders and experts we can measure through high consensus benchmark, moderate consensus benchmark, and no consensus. 0 to 1 IQR value stand for high consensus benchmark, and we can accept the result. And 0 to 1, 0.1 to 1.99 is also moderate consensus of stakeholders and experts, and we can accept these items for the questionnaire, and 2 and above we can reject the questionnaire. And this proposed model is proposed by Fick and Dever 2007 and Subri et al. 2019, and used for their academic research. Talking to the findings, in lastly 31 items by items identified by different anonymous stakeholders and experts to find different construct from different construct, and conducting second stage of modified Delphi technique. I already explained before also. Tangibility 6 and expectation 3 was rejected. That both items were obtaining IQR value more than 2, and 7 items were obtained strong high consensus benchmark, whereas obtaining IQR value was 0 in both stages. First stage and second stage also they obtained the same 0 from the mark of in IQR value, and remaining 22 items were moderate high consensus benchmark, obtaining IQR in between 0 to 1 after conducting the last stage of modified Delphi technique. And similarly, 1 extra expectation construct was identified to conduct the service quality of the resort that definitely enhanced the sustainable hospitality. And to develop the tool, 6 items in expectation, 2 items in tangibility, and 1 items in reliability construct was added, and other was modified and refined by the first stage of modified Delphi technique from the original circle instrument, and 2 were removed, and only 29 items were taken to measure the service quality that of the resource of Nepal. Talking to the discussion part, Cohn and Taylor 1994 argued that the circle instrument fails to show the construct validity, and similarly Chang and Redis 2013 also critiqued on length, the predictive power, and applicability of circle instrument. Whereas Wang et al. 2012 developed 2 knowledge and communication construct and remove the tangibility construct from circle instrument to measure the performance of academics in Malaysia. And Monoharan et al. 2010 developed satisfaction and loyalty construct to measure the service quality of the resource of Malaysia. And similarly, Bello et al. 2007 used the same constructs and items of modified circle instrument to measure the service quality of the Nigerian hotels. And lastly, we identified 6 constructs, including 31 items in first stages, out of which 29 were accepted and 2 accepted by second and third stage of modified Delphi technique to measure the service quality that can foster the sustainable hospitality of the country. Talking to the conclusion part, Cluster et al. 1999 argued that modified Delphi technique is similar in process-wise only to the other Delphi technique, and the Monoharan et al. And also we can contextualize the circle original 5 construct and 22 question statement to our context accordingly, whereas Monoharan et al. 2010 and Wang et al. 2012 and other different research scholars also did same procedure to implement circle instrument to contextualize in their country and contextualize to their community in this way. we can contextualize the circle instrument. One, it is preferable to identify the needs of items under the different construct, and we can get the privilege of extensive field of circle. We can modify it and refine the different items from the circle instrument. It is also helpful to human resource management, whereas different items we found different items in conducting the modified Delphi technique process. There are so many items are related to human resource management, and this is also definitely definitely enhance the human resource for help for quality enhancement of the resource. And I already explained that extensive field of circle instrument is an appropriate tool to measure the service quality, which is Williams 1998 also argued in his academic research of hospitality and service sector. And lastly, question statement of circle are helpful to promote the sustainable hospitality, whereas I already presented here in this chapter in green sign, these are the related to the social and environmental issue is also incorporated to different items in the circle instrument, and we can get this item from different community and different company. And lastly, we can evaluate it through the different anonymous experts and stakeholders' opinion, conducting the modified Delphi technique at different stages and different until consensus benchmark is not met to the stakeholders and experts. Now, this is my conclusion, and it definitely helped to the sustainable hospitality. And this is my references. And lastly, I would conclude that from this paper, modified Delphi technique is an appropriate method to support, not arguing. It is significant to the sustainable hospitality. It may be the another research, but I conclude that it's support to the sustainable hospitality. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adab sir, for your timely completion of your presentations. Now, please raise your questions to Adab sir, please. Do you have any queries? Okay. Adab sir, I have one query to you that what is your take-home message to the resource sectors of the Nepalese entrepreneurs?
In my time period of conducting modified Delphi technique, there were 10 anonymous stakeholders and experts. They provide different opinion, different views, different logic, different ideas to improve and enhance the service quality of the resource. Among them, it is a basic thing to incorporate different ideas from different stakeholders and experts, whereas they are investing their time many more time, like 20 years, 30 years in tourism in different their fields, and we can get the ideas and incorporate. But the first idea of the person is not matched to the next person's ideas, and we can combine it, and we use the Delphi technique to incorporate the ideas, and we can reject the questions also. If this, let's say, one question is not feasible for collecting the data. For example, I already presented you in tangibility, and see item number 6 was rejected when I'm doing the conducting in this research. And in this way, we can incorporate the different ideas, and when we can conclude that the different basic ideas of different resource stakeholders and experts incorporated and generated these ideas, and these ideas can be used in our resource. This definitely enhance our our resource productivity, resource performance, and definitely it enforce the things we can incorporate these basic ideas through modified Delphi technique. It is a best way to collect the ideas generation, idea creation, idea can be implementation through the different like this type of international conferences and different things. It is I am very grateful to present to you this type of ideas of resource and hospitality sector in this academics platform. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Adab sir. Any more questions? We have more 2-3 minute times. Anybody? Where there is one question, where some major theories missed while getting the expert ideas out, did you incorporate it?
I have already presented the modified Delphi techniques formula and the basic function, how we conduct the modified Delphi technique. That is already elaborated in the literature. I have already presented in my slide. First, we did the interview and literature review. We did literature review of Jetmail ETL 1990 model. That is the theoretical aspect, and it is a management theory of service quality. And we consult after doing a revision of these theories, we consult to the 10 anonymous stakeholders and experts. If these construct create some values to measure the service quality of Nepal in Nepalese context, and we get the opinion from different 10 anonymous stakeholders and experts, and we use these theories in first, and then we prepare questionnaire, and then we evaluate the questionnaire. All these three procedure we have rigorously followed during the period of conducting the modified Delphi technique. So I believe that this is the great idea to collect the opinion from different stakeholders and experts.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Adab sir, for your good elaborations and nice presentations. Now I would like to invite Mr. Sandeep Dungana. He's an MPhil scholar in STEM education, School of Education, Kathmandu University, and is a paper entitled "Enhancing the Harmony in Nepalese Schools with STEM Approach." He did participatory action research to explore the impact of the STEM educations for bringing the pedagogical shift in Nepalese schools. Now over to Sandeep sir.
Okay, thank you, Basanta sir, for this moderation, and thank you TERSD team for providing this platform, this opportunity. Namaste to all and good morning. Namaste and good morning to all from Nepal. Let me share my screen. Yeah. I hope this might be visible and I am audible.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Basanta sir. Yeah. I am here today in presenting this paper, this research paper entitled with Enhancing Harmony in Nepali School with STEM Approach. Actually, this is a part of my MPhil dissertation, which is an ongoing process. And I can say this is actually the real world implication or practical implication of what I have learned as an MPhil scholar and a master scholar in Kathmandu University School of Education. This is a participatory action research, and I have conducted this research in one of the secondary school in Kathmandu Valley. Well, these are the table of content for this presentation. In setting the background for this presentation, like this study is based on the STEM approach. Like what I found is being a teacher and teacher educator in mathematics education, I have different types of experience, like as a positivist teacher, as a STEAM practitioner and transformative teacher, transformative learner, and so on. So in doing all this study aims to, when I completed, almost completed my MPhil study in STEAM education or as a STEAM scholar, I encountered with so many notions of innovative pedagogies and STEAM approaches. So this study, as a teacher in one of the private school or one of the secondary school in Kathmandu, me along with my co-researcher, we aim to see the teachers' transformation through this intervention, through this STEAM intervention in their professional skill. And as I already told you, this is a participatory action research where we, 6 teachers, including me, that means apart of me, there were 5 teachers. We had collaboratively worked for the common goal, and students are considered, the targeted students are considered as the secondary participant in this study. And our goal was to make the classroom participatory and integrate the compartmentalized subjects through STEAM pedagogy. You know, we have some sort of compartmentalized subjects or compartmentalized knowledge, like English is separate, Nepali is separate, mathematics is separate, and science is separate. Means we are teaching or we are learning these all things separately, and our goal was to integrate these subjects together, and to make the classroom more participatory. And this study was conducted for 4 to 5 weeks. And we have incorporated with 5 different subjects: English, science, social study, and computer, taking mathematics as the center, where we designed some sort of projects, which incorporated all these subjects together in the same projects. And the projects were like some projects were field study, some projects were like some doing activities inside the school premises or sometime beyond that as well. And these we were supposed to improve the necessary 21st century skills like creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, and communication in our learners. Okay, while doing this study, this study was conducted over there, and the teachers were firstly the teachers were guided through some sort of conventional approaches. They were teaching all their disciplines separately, and they were just guiding with conventional one-side field cell pedagogy and lecture-based methods, and making them in align with this STEAM approach. I come with 4 major themes in this study. And the very first one is joyful teaching and learning, where we know that joy is centered to learning and joy for learning is centered to human integrity. In doing this, and while implementing this STEAM approach, we found that our students are enjoying what they had enjoyed, what they have learned, or what they were doing during these projects. But the thing is, we as a teacher, we were quite not familiar with this approach, but the students were enjoying this, and from the reflection of computer teacher, I came to know that, or I pick up from there, like, children are far wiser than we think. And so we normally, as a teacher, as a mathematics teacher, what we think is students, they are like an empty vessel, and we as a teacher need to fill their head with the holy knowledge or the absolute knowledge. But what we came to know, like, children are far wiser than we think, and we have to trust in them. And while implementing these projects, also what we have understand is, whenever we give them some sort of projects, we just tell them to explore from the internet, we just tell them to explore from their collaboration, we just tell them to explore from their context, then they come with some sort of ideas, they come with some sort of knowledge, some sort of construction that was beyond we think. Like we used to think that them like they don't have anything and we need to give everything to them. But it's not like, it was not like that. Our experience was not like that. Further, the computer teacher, he added over there that if students are given enough space to share what they have learned and what they can do, then it can cultivate safe, creative, meaningful, and accountable but joyful space for learning. Like being a mathematics teacher, I found that majority of the students in the class, they rarely feel mathematics class as joyful. But this sort of approaches, or this STEAM approach, these projects help us or make us know that students can enjoy mathematics learning and other subjects as well. And teachers need to be calm in all the situation and think like a lead in their actions. We need to notice students struggle, encourage them if they are trying. This I have taken from the reflection of English teacher, and you feel like we have to encourage the students what they are doing. Means there are different sort of students in the class. All the students are not similar. Some might be high achiever, some might be low achiever, some might be fast learner, some might be slow learner. Some can learn from this approach, some can learn from another approach. Some might have their own unique approach of learning. So what he noticed, what the English teacher is noticed, like we have to encourage the students what they are trying. If they are trying, means we have to encourage them. And I have taken one reflection from student as well. Nowadays, our teachers are teaching in different way. And this helps us in relating one subject to another. I'm enjoying what is happening with us in our classes. Before this, I have not got such a chance to learn different subjects under a single theme. We worked in many groups which not only contribute to this study, but help us to build healthy relationship with each other in our classroom. This I have collected from a reflection of one student, and from those sort of reflections and formal and informal interaction with teachers, with students, might be inside the class, sometime in canteen, in the ground, and sometime beyond the school premises. These sort of interactions and interaction make me aware like what I am doing and what the impact of this approach is going on in the context. Here I have kept some pictures, and this our aim of this STEAM approach or this implementation was to contextualize the idea what they have learned inside the classroom. So what we found is STEAM connects the learners to real world practices. Now we can see in these pictures as well, students were supposed to find the area of this cloth required to make an umbrella, and to find the estimated cost, and they are engaging themselves in the activity. Students were divided in different groups, and they were given each groups were given umbrella of different size, and they are taking some measurements over here. They are calculating their work, and they come just this sort of activities we have conducted over there. And students are able to respect each other's culture and easily delve into them. Means this is one activity. There were different sort of activities, and some and being a teacher and teaching in any school of Kathmandu Valley, we need to face. I feel like we need to face with the students of different cultural background, and these sort of projects help students to respect each other's cultures. And what I found is the students of current days or nowadays, the students, they can easily delve themselves into the others' culture. They enjoy others' culture. Like they don't feel like this is our culture, that is others' culture. No, whenever they encounter with something new, if a student is from Hindu background and he is need to incorporate with Buddhist culture or something else, that he or she will really enjoy in that culture, and they can easily delve into them. And I found that there is some sort of myth about contextualization in teachers, like there were five co-researchers a part of me, and there was some sort of myth like English teacher, no, the students are just speaking English, and all the subjects we need to read in English, so they feel like this is already in contextualization. And math teachers in informal interaction math teachers just, he told like, everywhere there is mathematics. Mathematics can easily connect with the real world content, but he never tried to connect that what students are learning from their textbook to their real world context. And these activities, this intervention motivates the learner in their learning and groom them to tackle the problem in their real life setting. Like we have incorporated with other projects where we need to deal with electrical equipments and other things. They just really enjoyed, and they are motivated to groom their skills, which can implemented in their real life settings. Another theme is here ICT integration and use of computers. So while the role of technology was crucial in this intervention, from the starting of this intervention, while collaborating with, I used this ICT or technology, my laptop, phone, and other these things from the starting of this intervention to the end. Like we co-researcher, we had collaborated in Google Doc, Zoom, Google Meet, and so on. And even with students, we were having a group in Messenger, Fiverr, and we share our views, we share our projects over there, and we just collaborate to each other. And even students, some of the students, they submitted their tasks in mail and other internet platforms. So the role of technology was crucial in this intervention. I, along with the computer teacher, conducted one-day guiding session in using a few of the teachers, not only a few, but out of 6, 3-4 teachers were not familiar with this computer technology, or using or integrating computer in their professional and personal spaces. So we have also empowered them to use those equipment in their professional and personal life. Here I have come up with a reflection of English teacher, and what he mentioned in his reflection, that now I can use all those tools which you have suggested in 1 month time. I think I may explore other tools as well if I need. I found he was less familiar with ICT tools before this, but when during this intervention he come up, or he empowered himself, like he is quite familiar with those all tools, and he might explore something new if he needed in the upcoming days. And here you can see in the picture, this first picture shows that 2 students are presenting their work, and this second one is I have extracted from the intervention where we have conducted a workshop for the teachers. And in this third picture, students are making their presentation and working in Excel in the real data. Like they have collected the data from their friends and from their senior and junior of the same school, and they're working in computers in making pie chart, graphs, and other things. And they have prepared their presentations as well in their group, and they are presented. You can see this. You can see their presentation in this first and fourth picture. They are doing group presentation, and this is how we have integrated ICT in this study. Emotion in mathematics classroom. Well, I found emotions matters in any type of learning, but this paper is quite connected with the emotions in mathematics classroom. I just try to focus emotions of students in mathematics classroom. So what we found is students' emotion in any classroom are not only limited to their learning, but are affected by the teacher's behavior and their academic treatment towards them. Before this, from the intervention or from the assessment also, what we know that we really cares about the students' emotion in any classroom. As a teacher guided, we rarely emphasis on the students' emotion, what they think, what they like, what they dislike, and what about their emotions towards the subject and towards the subject teachers. We rarely care about that. And from this intervention, what we found that these emotions matters in learning. Emotions matter in any type of classroom. So this we have found from this intervention. And here I have brought one more saying from another mathematics teacher. A part of me, there were two mathematics teachers, including me. I have a very good command in my classroom. No one can speak and disturb me in my class, and pin drop silence make me very comfortable delivering my lectures. This was from his initial when I was talking informally with him in the initial days of this intervention. He was there with those sort of ideas. No, if, classroom, very silent classroom, and just teacher is speaking and teacher is acting like a hero in that classroom, and students all are listening passively and just following the instruction what teacher is giving to them. That sort of classroom was his practice before this intervention, but later he come with a different notion, with a different idea. Like he accepted like students' emotions, giving space to the students and empowering them, and giving responsibility to the students. This can like make a big difference in mathematics learning. And teachers in this study experience positive students' emotion in their classes. All the teachers, all the co-researchers, including me, we experience positive students' emotion in their classes. I feel very happy if I can solve a problem. I even want to solve more problems, and I feel motivated. This I have extracted from reflection of any student. Like as a mathematics learner, I also feel I also have same type of experience in mathematics learning. Like if we can solve one problem, then we will be motivated to solve more problems at that time.
Sandeep sir,
yes,
please sum up your presentation within 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. And this intervention make us realize that to imagine a student-friendly class as a teacher, and I need to convert this fear and boredom towards the mathematics teacher and mathematics content to relieve and interest. Means we experience that there is a fear and boredom of students towards the mathematics teacher and mathematics content, and we have tried to convert them into the students' relief and students' interest. And we believe that, or we found that if students are motivated and engaged in the learning process, then obviously they can learn how to learn, and they can learn how to implement what they have learned. Come up in the conclusion, we realized that, or we found that the power of a smile, a kind word, an honest compliment, and a listening ear towards the student can give them enough courage and strength to take risks in their plan. And this sort of emotions can encourage them to take risks in their learning. Contextualization of ideas and concepts can make mathematics classroom lively and motivate the learners in learn from their own context. Like contextualization, bringing the context to the classroom, inside the classroom, and connecting this context with their learning area, make them more motivated in the learning process. The words like energetic, fear, joy, pride, interest, etc. refer to the words like energetic, joy, it's not fear, joy, pride, interest, refer to the emotional factors in any classroom. And this intervention make us realize that to imagine a student-friendly class and motivate them in the learning process really make some sort of differences in the learning process, really make some sort of differences in learning mathematics, and really make students motivated in learning mathematics and make them positive towards the mathematics learning. These are the set of my references. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening me.
Okay, thank you, Sandeep sir, for your nice presentations. Now there is one question in the chat box. Amazing presentation, Sandeep sir. I just want to know, while promoting the joyful STEAM approach in secondary level, will it be helpful for students who are appearing in BLE and SE? My concern in how teachers managing the time frame when our curriculum is heavily packed with so many contents. Does teachers join the collaborations can be helpful? Sandeep sir, please.
Okay, thank you, Sarita Khanka ma'am, for this question. What I found is in the starting phase, like we are guiding with some sort of our conventional belief that teacher is all in all, and we don't need to collaborate with each other, and we just need to deliver what we have learned from our teachers. Yeah, we are guiding through this. So in the beginning, I had also faced some sort of challenges from the teacher side, like they are comfortable in what they are doing, and they are somehow reluctant to change their perspective, to change their practices. But later, what I found is when teachers engage in the starting phase, and they also experience that this sort of activities, this sort of practices can make their teaching easier. And while talking about these heavy curriculum and SLC or BLE oriented classes, if we integrate more than one subject together, then students can learn multiple things in the same class, and teachers can cover different ideas under a single theme in limited time frame. In the beginning, it might be somehow time consuming as well. I cannot deny that, because in the beginning days, in the earlier days of this intervention, also we the teachers need to give some more time, and we were feeling like it is quite time consuming. But later, when they are familiar, it's really not like that of time consuming, but it can be like we can teach more things in limited time. I hope I'm able to address you. Sir, I think you are muted. Vasanta sir.
So there is another question, sir. Look at these questions. Is it visible?
Yeah, Rosni Paudel, ma'am.
Yes.
Is it? Yeah, okay. Thank you, ma'am, for this question. Is it justifiable to combine STEAM approach with our integrated curriculum loaded with numerous chapter? Yes, obviously, I think I might have answered this question before also. And I feel PT upon small age primary student particularly. Yeah, in case of primary students or lower grade students, I can say the STEAM integration, it is very much fruitful and very much helpful over there. And our country, our CDC has also practiced some sort of integrated curriculum from 1 to 3, grade 1 to 3. In this secondary level also, I feel like well, I can give you one example. Like when I was teaching statistics in grade 10, this was intervened in grade 10, and when I was teaching, we had planned such an activity where the student need to collect the data from the other students of other classes, like whole school, and they have analyzed that data from they have integrated Excel, they have make a PowerPoint presentation, they have make graphs, they have wrote some poems on that data, they have wrote some sort of essays, critical writing, suggestion, and so many things under that same project. So bringing these projects in implementation, I think these so many topics or so many chapters can be integrated under a limited time frame, and it will not be that difficult as we think.
Thank you, Sandeep sir, for addressing the questions more beautifully. Now it's our times. Let me invite another presenters, Bolaram Pandey. Yes, there is no other information in his papers, and he's going to present a paper of peer pedagogy for promoting the peace, a way of knowing, being, and becoming. And he discussed on the 3 learning domain of cognitive, emotional, and the actions to enhance the holistic learning by using the autoethnographic approach. Now, Bolaram sir, are you around there?
Yes, sir. Namaskar,
Yes,
sir.
please share your slide.
Is my slides here, sir?
Yes. It's go to yes, okay.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much. Namaskar to everyone, all the scholars around the world. And especially thank you to Kathmandu University for organizing such a wonderful academic parliament where we debate a lot of ideas, visions in a learning domain. My paper topic is basically the peer pedagogy for promoting peace, a way of knowing, being, and becoming. Outline overview. Basically, this paper explores and tries to design the general template of holistic curriculum framework to be implemented to enhance the child-centered learning pedagogy, streamlined to enhance 3 key learning domain: cognitive, emotional, and action, to address the thinking, creative, feeling, motivation, work, action required for holistic framework. The key question is, which I may discuss later on. Now, the overall outline of my paper is, indicated with the setting the scene, research purpose, research question, conceptual framework, literature review, methodology, FFNs, analysis and reflection, findings, discussion, conclusion, and references. Now, the beginning, the setting the scene. Now, basically, I'm in this teaching field for a long time. So in this process, in this journey of learning, I've experienced a lot of teaching, learning problems, especially issues like sometimes the students are not knowing things, which is basically conditioned in a way of knowing, like learners with ignorance, lacking the knowledge or understanding. Some people or students, they ask, I don't know this, it's difficult for me, I haven't heard about this, something like that. Similarly, I feel I've experienced students which are conditioned in a way of being, so they are not happy, or they are sad, fearful to the learning. So, and similarly, I have experienced students not working well. Maybe they are lazy or they don't like it. They don't have a way of interacting, communicating skills, all those things. Likewise, some of the theories like Paudel, who said current curricula are fixed, autocratic, and authoritarian, especially in Nepal. Similarly, Little and Taylor, education, though it focuses more on objective learning, it lacks the humanistic learning environment, and with more integral of all these learning process in a transformation of learning. So I feel there is a lack of a framework to blend all the key domains of learning in order to address these queries. I venture to, try to put down my experience in the paper. Now, the purpose of my paper is to explore and explain the blending of knowing, being, and doing as a peer pedagogy for peace motivation framework in a school curriculum. And the question that I put is, how do I and others have been using the blending of knowing, being, and doing as a peace motivation peer pedagogy framework as a head teacher in schools and classrooms. Even I have spent my time becoming a teacher, coordinator, vice principal, principal, and consultant. So with all these experiences, I could relate the experiences of those different professionals. Now, the conceptual framework that I built is basically this emotional domain and cognitive domain and construction domain. Actually, a child consists of all these 3 domains. And if we really want to educate them, in a holistic environment, I believe, and through my practice, these all have to be combined. They have to be well balanced. So for that, the pairing is important. So you can have pairing of a student, and within the student's body, where these three entities exist, which are very important part of learning process, they should be paired. And if all of these domains are paired well, then actually we get this central section where peace motivation, where you get happiness, where children are happy, joyful, they have more knowledge, and they work with full motivation. So that kind of blending of my experiences of these learning domains is basically the paper tries to explore and explain. The literature or the lenses that I've used to illustrate these issues, I've categorized into these three domains, and like a cognitive domain, literature. I mean, cognitive basically means the thinking, or it's sometimes compared with this information processing system where input, process, output is conducted. So similarly, our mind works like that. So where attention, decision-making, and language development, these are illustrated with Jean Piaget's concept of cognitive development theory. And in case of emotions, that's much more feeling part, where you become, where you are being, you become, or you feel it. So in this, there are classical theories like classical conditioning of Pavlov. And again, the later part, you have this operant conditioning of B.F. Skinner. And emotions and behaviors are controlled by genes, the nervous system, and the hormones. So the mind and we generally take it as a heart, but it's the bodily physiological systems that do impact in the learning process also. They are much more emotional related things. So next part of this domain is a construction domain, or sometimes we can view as an action domain where we do things, we act. So when we act, the knowledge is constructed in the mind of the learners, as von Glaserfeld said. So action also creates the knowledge. The children's understanding is set through the interactions between people in relation to the world. That means they need to be paired. Pairing means basically a socialization. Well, society is sometimes defined as a group of people, two or more than two people. So when we group or pair two people, interaction happens. Or sometimes this interaction happens with the physical material also, physical world. That's why you sometimes design the classroom with a lot of artifacts, so where the children can interact with the environment and learn from there. Edward and Mercer has explained about this. Peace motivation learning literature as living educational theory. Just yesterday, I happened to attend Whitefield's session. It was so enlightening. You know, the education is living. So when you learn at a highest level involving all these three domains, I mean, we get fully motivated. We feel a state of mind where peace is achieved. Another thing is, I wanted to relate with this, the central part with the peace, and the literature with the peace is the Galton is a quite famous theoretician on a peace concept, as peace is an umbrella concept which tries to involve or blend cognition, emotions, and actions. So to study this paper, to do research, I use the autoethnography as the key methodology because it's suited to my experiences, as I have a long-term experience in teaching field. As autoethnography is an insider's methodology, which focuses mostly on my personal, social, and cultural accounts, as Taylor, etc. all 2012 has said. I mean, since I've been inside the schools, school environment for a long time, you know, my personality, my social environment, And my culture has been actually inspired with these environments. So best practices to relate to the influence of my living and working with others in peace practices in my socio-cultural setting. So this is also basically how we express our experiences through autoethnographic or biography or personal experiences or epiphanies. Purpose to me is to get engaged with the agenda of transforming self and others within a particular cultural realities, through a process of knowing, being, and doing. Sometimes inside the classroom, as we interact with the students and we start performing the learning process, we basically interact with others, that means children. So basically our combined engagement could transfer the learning domain into peace process of promoting peace. So this autoethnography is distributed with epistemology, where the knowing is addressed, subjective is addressed, which we can relate with the cognitive aspect. Similarly, the ontology, that's much more related with the feeling part or emotional domain, where you have multiple realities we encounter, we experience as a participant, both teachers and students. And axiology, with the value system or the rules, which is much more related to the constructivism domain. If you have to construct knowledge, we have to interact in a system with a certain values and rules and regulations. So for this research, the data I have included are my epiphanies and narrative data, which are basically the secondary data. They are part of the stories or the scientific research-based data. So primary data I derived from the epiphanies of my long-term experiences reflected through the lesson plan framework. And secondary data I've included derived from the narrative data sources of validated theories being practiced in the execution of the learning process. These are basically high-end research findings or the data that I've used. Now, to reflect my experiences, writing in a long term, it might take a lot of space, all those things here. So I've just tried to modify it into a simple lesson plan structure. Now, lesson plan, especially even we are being refined. When I started teaching in class, I remember taking a book, just spoon feeding the book content to the students. But through a long process of training, learning, still I'm a learner, I have observed there are many theories to enhance the education process in classroom. And especially these all theories, somehow they try to coincide with these three aspects of cognitive, that's a thinking part of a student. Then there is an emotional part, the feeling part, or the being part. And there is the construction part, or the doing part, where the students are actually engaged in work. So if all these three are addressed into a lesson plan, then I believe, and through that, if they are being paired in groups, pairing within these three entities is one phenomena, and pairing the students, again, you have more complex pairing there, because every student come with these three components of learning. And if they are again paired, so obviously you have 6 components being interlinked, maybe into different connections. So to implement it into a lesson plan, as I've given some example here. So here you can have this activity section, lesson procedure, and the time is important. And in the beginning, always we try to warm up the student. Maybe we use some meditation or story completion or any activities, at least for 7 minutes or 5 to 7 minutes, so that you can at least address all these 3 components in this process. Or you can at least address one of them also. At least maybe the emotion, make them happy, or laugh them, tell them a joke. And within this joke, obviously, joke itself, in an autoethnographic perspective, it contains the thinking part also, ideas are there. The feeling part, obviously, laughing is there. And they might influence or inspire a student to work. Sometimes simple quotations can change people's thinking and life also. So these do matter. So that's why with this simple activity in the beginning, it might have the connection of these three components of learning. So you can enhance these three components of learning. Another thing here, I've used a TCS card presentation. I have created a Think, Create, Share. This activity. And sometimes I use another activity called MPA, Motivation Peer Activity. Usually in class, what I do is try to combine the people, students, into two or more than two in groups or peers. Because in a peer formation, you can combine all these three cognitive, emotional, and constructive domain. And with the different students, you can combine more of them. So that means there is more power, more enhancement, and more work output, and more learning. So high thinking, high emotions, and more work. That is the concept I have experienced. That is the output I have experienced in my learning journey. So in this TCS card activity, learners are paired and assigned a card, and maybe they can do the digital slide, or they can actually prepare the chart paper. And where, again, these three concepts behind the thing are being implemented. You know, cognizant, they think, they work together, they create ideas, and they feel happy, you know, friends talking. Sometimes while doing all these works, they can talk about other general works also. They're like, also, today I went here, I saw this movie while doing the work. So that way they feel very happy and fearless. And constructivism means when they present these ideas, they're quite confident in groups. So another thing to make it even more interesting and enhance these, cognitive, emotional, and constructive activism, I use QA sessions. So the presenter are being asked by the students who are in the audience side. They pose questions. And I use this operant conditioning, because if you just ask them to ask the question, you know, they are hardly interested. But maybe if you reward them, well, you can't give them money in the classroom, but we use the marks, right? So if somebody asks a question, we give them 1 mark or something like that, depending on their question. So operant conditioning does work. And this is also part of emotional domain. And peer feedback, I use peer feedback for peer groups. So other peer groups give feedback and evaluate with quantitative marking, which is further moderated by the facilitator. Assessment performed in relation to the objective. So assessment is also very important part, because with this, you are rewarding students or the peer group, how much they have worked. So that gives them satisfaction and work more. Now, another thing that I've used as a part of my data are the secondary data resources, which are psychological experiment-based narrative data, are part of empirical data, and are epiphanies with the validated learning theories. Like in the narrative data for cognitive learning, Lanes et al., false memory, which explores how false memory can impact memories and beliefs in relation to the eating asparagus. This is a famous experiment where student, he was not used to the asparagus before, he was used to vomit, something like that. He has a kind of allergy to this thing. But later on, the misinformation was provided to him that asparagus is something like that. And he slowly started with that belief system, and he started liking that asparagus. You see, changing the mind. And similarly, you can have this narrative data for emotional learning. So it's an association between individual and experiences of emotional intensity for stimuli with amygdala activation, and subsequent memory of these stimuli. This basically tries to tell you that.
Balaram sir,
yeah,
please wrap up your presentation within 2 minutes.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Basically, if you have more interest to anything, that is remember more. That is the concept. So you have another engagement learning based on constructivism. So Bandura's famous experiment is there. Now for peer learning, if you want to combine two people, then this is also, illustrated through Vygotsk's experiment. Similarly, now for the analysis and reflection, as it is a multi-paradigmic design I used, so interpretivism, postmodernism, criticalism reflections are being used to analyze and reflect all these data. And findings and discussions. So the findings that I observed is high cognitive learning. So better knowing, more learning happens with the better knowledge and understanding. So students are knowing more emotionally. Students are enjoying, they communicate, help each other, confident, fearless, constructive, they're quite active, more legs, more hands, so it's a good work. And complex problems are being solved. So peer effect of these two combinations have more, even better results than individual output. And so it does deliver the transformative educational research essence theme. And conclusion is basically these cognitive theories, learners are contributing in a way of knowing and promoting creative thinking. And emotionally, learners are contributing in a way of being and promoting feeling, fun, happiness. Constructivism, learners are contributing in a way of doing and promoting engaging and interactive actions. And social emotion, learners are contributing in a way of groups, team dynamics, or peers. And this all integrated into a holistic, integral learning process. So learners and peers contributing in a way of peace promotion by working happily in a collaborative vision with knowing, being, and doing. Galton. Thank you, sir. And this is my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Balaram sir, for a nice presentation and bringing a powerful construct. Do you have any questions, please? Okay. There is no more questions. Okay, thank you to all the scholars from the different parts of the world to cooperate me to moderate this session successfully. Now we have 25-minute breaks. Then today's we have more parallel sessions, workshops, and the keynotes. I would like to kindly request to all the participants to actively participate to these events. Thank you. Again, thank you for all of you to cooperate me. Thank you, and namaste to all.
Dhanbad sir, namaskar. Okay, everything is ready in your room? You are muted, you are muted. You need to unmute first. You need to unmute, sir. You are muted.
I'm muted. Okay, sir. Yes, everything is fine. Okay, we are expecting more participants to.
Yeah. Participants are coming.
Yeah, participants are coming. Okay, we will start sharp at 1 and we will end at 3. 3:30. 3:30. 3:30 is the time that's allocated for us. There are 5 presentation from participant side, including myself. I am moderator plus, I think you have allowed me to perform the role, 2 roles together.
Together, yeah. I think in your room, like 5 paper as you told, from Indra Manisar, Dharma Bahadur Shah, yourself.
Yes.
And Pooja, and then
Pooja Dangol and Upendra.
Lastly, Pushpa Kumari.
Pushpa Kumari Sunar.
Yeah. Okay. So if any will be around.
Okay, please. So I will definitely call you if there will be any problem.
Okay. Sure.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm expecting Indra Yampu, sir. Yeah, I saw you. Yeah, namaste, sir. Namaste.
Namaste.
Namaste. Okay, yeah.
मान्छे त छैन नि त के हो
मान्छे अलिक कम छन् अब भात खान पनि गयो होला नि हामी टाइम त टाइम नै हो हैन सर they will keep on joining. We will start है त सर हामी सुरु गर्न सक्छौं नि हैन सर
ए सुरु गरिहाल्ने
अनि एक भने हैन त हामीलाई
हो
एक भने हो 15 पार्टिसिपेन्ट भइसक्नु भएको छ अब कन्टेक्स्ट हामी म बाध्य गर्छु नि है सर
Okay.
Dear participants from and around the world, so I am Dhanopati Subedi, Associate Professor, Kathmandu University School of Education. I am moderator plus presenter today in this room. So we have altogether 5 different paper to present by different scholars, including myself. The first, paper will be presenting by our Indra Mani Rai sir. He will be giving his introduction later on. His title is Legacy of Conventional Pedagogy in Semester System, Structuration of Non-Transformative Education in Teacher Education Program in the Faculty of Education, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. This is the first paper that we are going to listen today in this session. And the second is Teacher Self-Efficacy and Classroom Management Practices by Dhruva Bahadur Shah. And Dhruva sir will be giving his presentation later on. Prospect and challenges of implementing innovative educational ideas for businesses in Nepal. This is my topic. I'll be making my presentation. Training design affecting participants' learning in vocational institution. This paper will be presented by Pooja Dangol and Upendra Bhushal together. And finally, Ms. Pushpa Kumari Sunar will be presenting on her paper, focusing on that's a transformative journey from a despotic teacher to a a healer, educator, and leader, and auto/ethnography. So without doing any delay, I'd like to request, our Sir Indra Ampushar, please start your introduction and your topic's introduction, and then start your presentation. Indra sir, over to you.
Okay. Yeah, it's visible. Sir?
Yes, sir. Visible, sir.
Okay. So I just have a little modified the title of my paper. Okay, so it's ongoing paper. Okay, preliminary draft. So there may be several inconsistencies or insufficiencies. So the title now at this stage is formed this politics in political pedagogy. Okay, restructuration of non-transformative pedagogy in teacher education program at Tribhuvan University. So I just want to share here how there is a kind of reproduction of pedagogical and assessment practices in teacher education program, particularly at Tribhuvan University. Okay, so then how this politics, okay, different forms of politics. Politics is already that's omnipresent. So how different forms of politics have been embracing this non-transformative nature of pedagogy is there. So let me, how long can I talk here, Dhanapati? How?
Can talk up to 25 minutes, sir.
25 minutes, okay.
25 minutes.
Okay, I just try to finish on time, okay. So, okay, you see here, this higher education in Nepal, that has colonial legacy, okay. So sometimes people say that this is neo-colonial project. And that has actually the root in Renaissance, okay, when Renaissance gave rise to scientific modernism and a kind of powerful worldviews of ontology of materialism and objectivity as epistemology and value neutral facts. That means mind and matter are independent entities. And that has actually, that gave rise corpus of knowledge, huge body of scientific knowledge industry in the West, and embraced a kind of secular, this scientific body of knowledge was embraced by mass education, okay, that was secular, subsidized, and structured, centrally designed, and more institutionalized form of education. And that was actually expanded in Europe and America in 18th and 19th century, and then in 20th century, this form of education, institutionalized form of education, was expanded throughout the world. And in Nepal is not exception actually. So, but there are several means through which we imported these ideas. Okay, so maybe from the intellectuals who were trained in the West, donors, and our government as well. So then what happened in 1990, Trichandra College was established, and that was highly influenced by Indian and American education systems. Okay, and Nepal National Education Planning Commission, that was formed in 1956, and there American professor Dr. Hugh would heavily influence the educational processes. and then this higher education, TU, okay, the oldest university for the first time established in 1959. And that actually the Tribhuvan University from the very beginning of its establishment, okay, embraced these Western knowledge systems and educational processes. And you see this centrally designed curricula and governance practices, teacher management, assessment, pedagogy, everything are shaped in a particular form. And that is what we call nowadays modern education as well. So you see the discourse is one of the major frame here in this paper, okay? So discourse has power. So Western knowledge actually that created a kind of discourse, okay? And this discourse has power, okay? And the ideas from the West expanded throughout the world, also in Nepal, okay? And that shaped everything of our pedagogies and assessment practices. And so our university and the authorities, actually, these were the means to legitimize and authenticate or materialize this, the feature of mass education, okay? And then what kind of structure, okay, that what Prem Pak also said about the dynamics of structure of agency, okay. So what Anthony Giddens says, the structure as rules, norms, and values, or you can see the procedures of education system, that was the structure I mean here, okay, from the perspective of Anthony Giddens. So kind of structure, okay, pedagogical and assessment structures were formed, and that has been perpetuating till now, okay. So this is again a hegemonic culture, what Antonio Gramsci says, okay, that has simply we have been accepting such hegemonic practices of pedagogies and assessment practices. And so the teacher education, pedagogies and assessment practices in teacher education programs, in particularly in Tribhuvan University, or we can say elsewhere in the world, are political. That is because largely guided by interests of course as well. And so TU, particularly Faculty of Education, has this about 40 years of experience of this annual system, okay, largely guided with the notion of centrality, okay, centrality, knowledge is there at the center, okay, university at center, textbook at center, teacher at center, curriculum at center. The notion of centrality is already there. And also it has promoted uniformity and homogeneity without embracing the diversity of epistemologies, okay. So the kind of very structured, rigid, and time-bound, inelastic form of practices, okay, pedagogical and assessment practices we have, conventional. So there is, of course, domination of Western content, decontextualization, and also rote memorization, what Freire says, this banking concept of ideas and practices, okay? So it's political and power dominated. Okay, and actually for overcoming such limitations of annual system, okay, pedagogies and assessments in annual system, okay, also with the discourse of this neoliberal thinking and practices, particularly World Bank and other several structures have influence in embracing such neoliberal education, okay, particularly focusing on quality, relevance, access, efficiency, and so on and so forth. And so this in 2014, this semester system was introduced as thinking as a radical departure to more constructivist, progressivist, critical and transformative pedagogies, okay, to be introduced in semester system, and also more of performance-based assessment, okay. So these ideas and practices are actually very important to facilitate or to embrace diversity of epistemologies, including indigenous and non-Western epistemologies. But in this context, how is the implementation of such notions or principles, you can say the structure of the values, norms, principle, or in terms of Anthony Giddens, we can say the structure, okay, of envisaged in semester system, okay. So how are the practices? How do I and others, teachers and students, explicate their experiences of semester-based pedagogies and assessment? More this autoethnographic reflections, okay, it's not in matured form, but very preliminary ideas only, okay, very preliminary draft I have here. So the context is here, Central Department of Education that has 13 different Master of Education programs in that means teacher education programs, okay. So the main vision of Faculty of Education, you can say, okay, to prepare competent school pedagogue, curriculum makers, planners of education, researchers, and there are 184 teaching and non-teaching staff, and there were actually 4,000 to 5,000. Some people said that I have not accessed the actual data, but 4,000 to 5,000 students enrolled at that time in annual system. Nowadays, the number of students are still decreasing, okay? Maybe because of availability of other campuses in the country, okay, in different parts of the country. So the large class sizes, so the kind of norm has been set, okay, in a class there should be 50 students maximum, even in this semester system, okay. And this very not so much conducive type of infrastructure, okay, big classrooms, and it is difficult to engage students in group works, or a very conventional setting we can see there, okay. So only the multimedia that has been provided for lecturing the Western ideas and concepts, okay, no more than that. So there is no way to engage in ICT-based learning at large, okay, in the classroom setting. And also students do not have access, most students, okay, they don't have access on in interviews and other ICT materials such as laptops and computers, okay. So kind of value, we can say, or norm has been set. For example, 1 hour of class, we need to engage 48 hours, okay. Daily we need to take 1 hour of class, okay, of 3 credit course, okay. So for 3 credit course we need to engage 48 hours, but daily we need to go and take class, okay. And then so the situation, you see there, okay, there is only one way to engage in one way lecture, okay, passivating students. There is no other ways, okay. So very limited time and maximum students, okay, and we need to finish the course on time, okay. Then what one student says here, the teachers are irregular. They don't inform us. We just keep waiting in the class. Some easily say that course is finished within a month. The last month of the semester remains hectic for them and us. They just give us were unfinished in the last semester. Okay. And then another students of English education says here, teachers use multimedia and some do not use. We just listen the lecture of teachers and take notes. That's finished. So you see the scenario there, how the teachers, I need to say we, okay, have been perpetuating this conventional mood of teaching learning activities. Okay, so and another aspect is here how the power is exercised based on party politics. Okay, most of the teachers are affiliated in major political parties. Okay, thus the teachers think that they need to take the classes assigned. Okay, no more other responsibilities are given there. For example, the teachers are just party cadres and jagire. Okay, just jagire. Okay, not to just to come to get salary without work. Okay, so okay, and most of them engage elsewhere in other areas. So dekhinu paryo sir. What does that mean? Okay, dekhinu paryo. Okay, so one teacher suggested me to dekhinu paryo sir. Okay, that means you need to be open. Open in which party you are affiliated with. Okay, so we need to, what he says, we need to be affiliated with one of the parties that make us easier to take benefit. Party protects us if something wrong happens with us. Okay, so another teacher said that Bhagbanda. Okay, Bhagbanda. It's a very popular word. Okay, very many people pronounce this Bhagbanda. Okay, the division of appointees or any opportunities based on affiliation of part. So you see the situation. So politics, party politics, I'm saying here, just party politics is omnipresent there. Okay, that has supported to the teachers. Okay, to engage in other areas rather than concentrating in real work. Okay, of teaching learning activities. So you see, what I felt with conversation with many teachers and students, okay, the teachers, not all, okay, but many teachers are still untrained about this academic culture. Okay, so university rarely engages them in professional development. Okay, so the kind of learning attitudes, okay, there is no such attitudes there. So also I see their students are also untrained in learning, in how to engage in learning. Okay, maybe in shared learning, experiential learning, activity based learning. So the formation of culture, okay, that is problematic there in students, in some of the teachers as well. So textbook is taken as a capsule. Okay, so students, they just first select the textbooks, okay, written in the simplest Nepali language with possible questions for examinations, guest paper, solution books. Okay, and most do not use reference material, albeit there are facilities of library. Okay, also central libraries there. Okay, we have our own library there. So rarely use internet as the source of materials, learning materials. Okay, most of them do not have laptops, but you have Android mobiles. Okay, so this is the scenario. This ritual assessments are simply a kind of structure has been shaped, okay, by the different departments. Okay, so simply the teachers provide open-ended, very subjective type of questions so that students can answer from the textbooks. And the feedbacks are really hardly provided to the students. Okay, so a general understanding that we have in semester system that students need to attend at least 80% of the days. Okay, 80% attendance is mandatory, but the department has said there the students who attain 70 to 80% and they get 3 marks, and 81 to 94 marks, 90 to 100 attendance, which deserves 5 marks. So this is a kind of norms that the departments themselves have set. Okay, so you see, no teachers provide feedback. Okay, you see the voices of students. Most teachers give us long questions about proving theorems. Okay, maybe from students from mathematics education as individual and group assignments. Okay, most of us do and submit by consulting.
Sir, you have just 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Okay. So this is next scenario. Okay, just how students gather and pressure to the students for providing marks. Okay, without any rationality. Okay, so what happens here? So students seldom engage in shared, okay, experiential and critical self-reflective or type of pedagogical practices. Okay, so the practices are disempowering. Okay, so performance-based assessment are again characterized as testing of mastery over textbook knowledge, and the students and teachers, their agencies have been shaped by party politics and habits of past practices. Okay, so lack of resources are there. There may be several forms of resources. Okay, and this cultural resource, financial resource, physical resources, and there is this hegemony of past long experience, this conventional pedagogies and assessment. So there is clear reproduction of the culture. Okay, so okay, this is the analysis. How I wanted to do here is discourse knowledge. Actually, Western knowledge forms discourse that has power. Okay, so that is everything shaping in our education system. Okay, even party politics are guided by discourse. Our conventional pedagogies are guided by Western discourse. Okay, and also there are resources. Okay, multiple forms of resources. So these international discourse, party politics as a discourse, conventional pedagogy as discourse, power, resources as power, that have been shaping the agency of teachers and students. Okay, and that as the agency has reproduce the structure, okay, conventional structure, which is unintended action in Tribhuvan University. Okay, teacher-centric, textbook, memorization, ritual assessment, but the expectation or intended action, that is the university structure. The university has intended to make semester system, shared experiential critical reflective learning, okay, culturally trained teachers, and performance-based assessment. So norms, actually the values of semester system. So there is a kind of duality of structure, okay, what Anthony Giddens says, duality of structure. And that has given the kind of unintended consequence, which is non-transformative engagement of the students, okay. So there is just, let me finish this.
Okay, sir.
So there is actual existence of structure of the semester system has been largely dominated by annual system of pedagogical and assessment under the thin membrane intended shift of semester pedagogies and assessment. So the kind of भन्नुहोस् न एक किसिमको खोल ओढ्ने भन्छ नि, खोल ओढ्ने हैन, त्यो बाहिरी आवरण खोल हैन, that is there whole of semester system, okay, बाहिरी आवरण of semester system, okay, only that sheet, okay, but internally there are conventional pedagogies, okay, which is non-transformative, that has not been supporting students to empower and transform themselves, okay, and also that has not been contributing to social transformation. This is the restructuration of non-transformative pedagogies and assessment as an unintended consequence of discourse power, okay, that has been perpetuating this injustice of indigenous epistemologies, okay. So okay, so we need to have a shift, okay, in agency and availability and accessibility of resources to teachers and students, then we can make it more transformative, okay, that may contribute to social transformation, okay. Okay, thank you, Dhanapati sir.
Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. And we would like to request participants to ask some question if they have, or they can drop their concern on our chat box also. Okay, Basanta sir. So if you have something to ask, you can ask. Okay, we have not received any question. Okay, here is one question to answer. What differences have you noticed between KU and TU, Indra sir? This is the question that, okay, Suman Gawali sir has, okay, raised to you. Over to you, Indra sir.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a vast difference, okay. So Kathmandu University has at large, actually, okay, this transformative approach is because but there I presented the scenario of TU, okay, but here in Kathmandu University I have experience long, okay, but we have flexibility in Kathmandu University. Students have flexibility. There is democracy, okay, what Dewey says, okay. So students' engagement in shared and experiential learning and teachers' devotion and engagement in learning, these are better, okay. We can see better. Thank you, sir. Muted, sir, muted.
Yeah, muted. Yeah, Indra sir, one more question from our side to you. That's how can we link all those, okay, let's say, what's that, deviation in, okay, curricular focus, pedagogy, assessment, and then, okay, malfunctioning because of interference of party politics. How can we make that, okay, let's say pure, so that, okay, there will be contribution for the transformation plus, okay, local transformation, let's say. So how can we make that malfunctioning system, okay, real functioning, so that it will contribute for the society in a larger scales? through transformation process.
Okay, thank you, sir. I also suggested there in the concluding remarks parts. Okay, there are two dimensions actually. Okay, so you need to have kind of shift in agency. Okay, that means agency has actually multiple meanings, but here the willingness, okay, and potentiality and knowledgeability of the teachers and students. Knowledgeability or willingness in terms of forming particular academic culture, okay, learning culture. What I said, this experiential and shared learning culture, okay, that the semester system demands, okay, learning to do, okay, not just knowing, but knowing to doing, okay, not just teaching, but teaching to learning, okay, not just testing, rather engaging students in different performance based activities, okay. So applicability of knowledge, okay. So such values and norms, what Anthony Giddens says from his terms, the structure, okay, that if we can set, okay, or that form of agency, if we can promote in the university setting, okay. And the next is resources. Resources maybe, there may be cultural resource. The cultural setting, academic cultural setting is also a form of resource, okay, cultural resource, okay, and financial resource and other forms of resources are already there, okay. So these are important to embrace, okay, to enhance and so that we can make it more transformative, okay, and that can contribute in transformative transforming society. Okay.
Okay, one more question from our Dean, sir. Revolutionary Indra, sir, are faculty aware of student-centric pedagogies? Can curriculum development be brought to the purview of departments and unit? This is a kind of shift that, okay, he is expecting.
Yeah, a little bit changes can be experienced, okay, when this project, actually this NORAD project came there, okay. But I question the sustainability, okay. So in the process of developing curriculum, we try to include this indigenous knowledge and then gender issues in curriculum, okay, in specific curriculums of foundations of education, and also in maybe in English education and mathematics education. These curriculums are nowadays somehow improved in the sense of including indigenous knowledge and gender issues. But you see, we developed at that time, we developed a manual as well, okay. So because of the influence as an effect, let's say effect of the NORAD project, okay, we contributed a lot there in course making, okay, including indigenous knowledge and other. But the sustainability is a question, okay. Nowadays I don't see, to be frank, okay, I don't see the people, okay, practicing or materializing such issues in pedagogical practices as well as in assessment, okay. So
Thank you, Indra sir. Now, okay, I think you have made clear for all of us the issue that you have raised today through your paper. So we are well informed and we learn a lot from your effort. Thank you so much for your contribution. Now, second, we would like to request Dhruva Bahadur Saha. Dhruva sir, I think you are around here. Okay. Please be ready for making your presentation. Teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices. So I request you to make your presentation without doing any delay. Give your short introduction if you wish. Okay.
Sure.
Yes, Dhruva sir. Okay. Yeah. Now, perfect. Go to the, yes.
Okay. Is my
yes, your screen is
PowerPoint
visible. Please start with your introduction.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dhanapati sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dhruva Saha. I am a PhD scholar at Kathmandu University School of Education. Today, I'm presenting my article titled Construction and Validation of Teachers' Self-Efficacy and Classroom Management Practices. And practices instruments, basically. So it is more of a methodological article. So you will hear a lot of methodological jargons per se, as well as it might be a bit of a shift from what you have been hearing in terms of transformation, and linking it with your life. So it's more of a quantitative, which is beyond your control, right? So, but then it has some implication when it comes to transformative education. So this is the outline of my presentation. I will briefly introduce my topic, then talk about why Edelphi technique. And when I say Edelphi, that was the method that I used to construct the instruments to measure these two psychological constructs, and talk about the design, including how I selected participants, data collection and the result. And then I also did a pilot testing that ensured the validity and reliability of my instruments. And then I will present some conclusions. But before I jump into my formal agenda, I would like to state how this particular article is relevant to the theme of this conference, right? So the transformative education. So the transformative education considers learners as participants of or in knowledge creation. It empowers learners to analyze and challenge the social status quo. All right, and that is exactly what is the segue to my research, is that teachers with higher self-efficacy can effectively manage the classroom. And in an effective classroom, the learners are part of the knowledge creation. They are part of the process. They are part of the teaching learning processes. But then, the question is, how do we measure teachers' self-efficacy and classroom management practices? That is exactly what my article is trying to answer here. So, in the next few minutes, I will present how I constructed the teacher's self-efficacy scale and the classroom management practices scale, and also share some of the approaches that I followed to ensure their validity and reliability. A brief introduction. According to Dellinger et al. In 2008, teachers' self-efficacy denotes judgments that teachers use in their capabilities to carry out certain academic tasks mandated to influence students' academic achievement and learning. In 2006, Bandura warned scholars that there was no universal scale to measure the self-efficacy. The level, strength, and generality should be considered to have an adequate analysis of self-efficacy. When it said level, it meant the variation in terms of the level of task difficulties. Generality referred to the transfer of beliefs across the different tasks. And then the degree of certainty over certain activities referred to the strength of self-efficacy. In terms of the classroom management practices, as defined by Issuku 2018, classroom management is referred to as the efficient and effective utilization of teaching learning resources that are available in a classroom setting. Management of classroom entails teachers' attitude, professional values, their capabilities that are aimed at assisting teachers as well as students in meeting their academic responsibilities. Classroom management is linked to actions taken by teachers that provide encouraging teaching learning environment or the climate in a classroom setting. So why did I need to come up with a new tool, new instruments to measure teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices? These are not new terms. These are not new, new constructs that I developed. These are the constructs that have been in the literature all over. But then according to Hives 2003, we stated that there is problem measuring self-efficacy. That has been a challenge for almost all the researchers that have been researching teacher self-efficacy, which in fact was in line, or if not substantiated by Bandura in 1997 and 2006, who said teacher self-efficacy tools should be context specifics rather than generic phenomenon. That means, there might be a teacher self-efficacy skill that's been used in Bangkok or Thailand or some African countries that might not just be useful or maybe context specifics when it comes to Nepal, right? So quite a few scholars or the educators have developed teacher self-efficacy skills. For example, Bandura himself developed teacher self-efficacy skill, which was TSS, with 30 items. And the Shannon and Moran, along with Ulfuk Hui, developed a teacher's sense of self-efficacy skill, which was TSES, with similar item, 30 items. And there are tools that measure classroom management practices as well. For example, ABCC, which was developed by Martin et al. And there is another version of ABCC, which was revision, ABCC-R, that is also that has also measured classroom management practices in other countries. But in the context of Nepal, there has not been any specific quantitative studies that have come up with tools to measure teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices. Adhikari 2020 researched mathematics teacher self-efficacy. He conducted an adjusted teacher self-efficacy scale containing 15 items, which was among 214 mathematics teachers in Kathmandu district. Similarly, Chanakya in 2014
your
conducted.
slides are not moving on.
No, sir, I'm still with the why new tools slide.
Okay,
So I'm justifying that. So I'm sorry. So Chanakya in 2014 conducted another qualitative study on classroom management practices, right? So these are some of the background information that led me to think about coming up with the tools that can help us measure the teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices in the context of Nepal. So, there are quite a few ways to, go about constructing tools, right? The instruments. One of the ways is through the Delphi procedures. So the Delphi, as you might know, is is a technique that help achieve consensus on multiple opinions. McKenna in 1994 stated that it is a multi-stage survey that help achieve consensus on important issues. The original advocates of Delphi techniques, Dahlke and Helmer in 1963, defined Delphi technique as a method to really obtain the most reliable consensus of group of experts' opinions by a series of intensive questionnaires interspersed or interlinked with the control feedback, right? So there are quite a few types of Delphi techniques, and one of those is the E-Delphi technique. So I used E-Delphi technique because it is it helps with the rapid responses from the panel members, since the data are collected electronically. If you have data electronically, it will be easier for you to analyze the data quicker, and there is no cost associated with the printing and postage. It also helps ensure the anonymity in the of the respondents, and also you can recruit the experts from far away, right? Basically, so that is why I chose eDelphi as the method to construct the teacher self-efficacy and classroom management instruments. So let's now go and talk about design. So eDelphi technique, as with the classical Delphi technique, has multiple stages, multiple steps, right? So starting with the participants, I selected five teachers, 2 female, 3 male teachers from across Nepal to do a first round of qualitative discussion. That qualitative discussion was recorded and transcribed, and the content that came out of the qualitative discussions were presented in a form of a statement, and then that was used for the second round, which was about gaining consensus, right? So those statements were administered to 30 participants. It was for the wider pool of experts to really read them as to whether those particular statements help measure the TSC, which is teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices. So those statements in the second round 2 and round 3 were put in a structured questionnaire format with Likert scale of 1 to 5, and with a certain consensus benchmark threshold decided right at the beginning of the process. According to Don Hui et al., who stated that 75% of the median threshold can provide enough coverage to have reliable valid tool, which is why I had decided that 75% or higher would be the benchmark to have the overall consensus on the items. In terms of data collection, so as I stated earlier, so I had series of virtual meetings with experts, and really and it was basically from November 2021 to February 2022. And in the round 1, the idea was to really explore the contents and issues, and was carried out through a series of virtual meetings with experts, and the experts were contacted by email and requested to participate in a meeting kind of format, and that would and it was more of a getting their perspective on these themes. And in the round 2, the idea was to getting the consensus on the draft statements or the questionnaires. So in round 2, 30 experts were administered an online survey, and were requested to rate the items on a 5-point Likert scale, 1 being strongly disagree and 5 being strongly agree. And in terms of follow-up strategies, phone calls, email reminders, social media messages were employed on a fortnightly basis. And I also had another stage, round 3. The idea of round 3 was also to gain consensus on the questionnaires, items that did not achieve a minimum consensus of 75% in round 2 were removed when they moved to round 3. And in the round 3, the panel members were requested to provide the rating of the remaining items during the round 3 phase. And that's how I collected data. In terms of result, from the qualitative discussion, I was able to make 34 different items for teacher self-efficacy scale and 64 items for classroom management practices scale. In the round 2, those items were administered without any solid changes. And then when in return, 26 items from teacher
Sir, you have
self-efficacy.
just 5 minutes more.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Teacher self-efficacy and 48 items of classroom management practices achieved 75% or more consensus. In the round 3, 29% of the 29 items for teacher self-efficacy and 25 items for classroom management practices were administered. And to refine the items in the round 3, I took experts' feedback during round 2 into consideration and tried to combine the items that had similar spirit. So in overall, 24 uniquely valuable items were administered for the classroom management practices. So and after the tools were developed, I conducted a pilot study. The pilot study was among 40 secondary level public school teachers in Kathmandu Valley. 100% response rate was achieved for both the classroom and classroom management practice and teacher self-efficacy skills. And the responses were analyzed using SPSS. As you can see, the reliability, the alpha value of both the questionnaire was 0.86, which is above the threshold value, alpha value of 0.70, which ensures that the overall reliability of the tools was good. And then the individual reliability of teachers' self-efficacy was 0.77, and the classroom management practices were 8.3, ensuring that the tools were reliable. And in terms of validity, Pearson's correlation coefficient was done, and with the significant level of 0.01 to tell the tools were found to be valid as well. So in conclusion, through the Edelphi technique, these two important instruments were developed, and they would be able to objectively measure the teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices in the context of Nepal. The overall reliability of the tools was 0.86, with teacher self-efficacy being 0.77 and classroom management practices being 8.3. The tools were contextualized based on the teaching culture and time, again taking the levels, strength, and generality as the framework. So this will help government and other stakeholders informing their teachers training programs or teachers professional development programs, and future researchers can continue to build on these instruments to make them context and time relevant. And that is it from my side. Thank you so much for listening to me, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Dhruva sir, for your wonderful presentation. So I think in our chat box here is one question for Dhruva sir. Dhruva sir, very insightful presentation and great. I have one query here: how this study finding can be embedded in our educational policy, especially through 3-tier educational authority in the federalization of education, is the question for you.
Thank you, Narayan sir, for this wonderful question. As stated in my conclusion, this is irrelevant of the level of the governments. The tools can be used across the board to measure teachers' self-efficacy and classroom management practices. So when it comes to measuring, particularly the teacher self-efficacy and the classroom management practices of the public schools, and this was particularly of the public school secondary level teachers. So, for example, at the depending on their level of jurisdiction, the local governments can use these tools to measure the teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices, their level, and there are different training programs that are being catered to the public school teachers, and based on the result of these two instruments, those trainings can be revised, revisited, and updated to improve their teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practices, and that this having greater sense of these two constructs would mean that the students' academic learning and achievement would be improved, and that would improve the overall quality of education. I think that is the end goal of all three types of governments, and these tools can really be kind of departure point in terms of revisiting professional development opportunities with regards to teachers, public school teachers in Nepal.
And one more question from all of us, that how do you link this agenda with mainstream of transformative education and sustainable development?
Thank you, sir. As I stated, right at the beginning, so the transformative education considers learners. When it comes to transformative education, the learners are the participants in knowledge creation, and the transformative education would empower the participants or the learners to analyze and challenge social status quo, and that is the link to this research, is that teachers with higher self-efficacy can effectively manage classroom, and in an effective classroom, learners are part of the knowledge creation. They are part of as opposed to banking concept as referred by Paulo Freire, the participants more are in a democratic culture, are able to express their concerns, are able to better contribute to the teaching learning processes inside the classroom setting. Having that democratic culture would empower the learners to really challenge whatever social status quo or the educational status quo that is happening around them.
Thank you, Durva sir, for your wonderful presentation. We learn a lot from your effort, and your presentation is really worthy presentation for all of us who are aligning towards quantitative research endeavor. I think your expertise has given some way out and the direction for all those who are interested in the quantitative research endeavor. Thank you so much. Now,
thank you so much, sir.
I'll be making my presentation. So my presentation is a little bit different. That is, my presentation is related to entrepreneurship. So Puspa ma'am is with us and Shyamji is with us. I may ask you, am I visible, or my slides are visible? I hope you will be responding to my query, okay? Your screen, let me share my screen. It is already open here. Now. Puspa ma'am, good, thank you. So my topic is prospects and challenges of implementing innovative educational ideas for businesses in Nepal. So let me create the context that we together, there are many people involving in this project. Basically I am leading. I just want to share the scene. First, we thought that innovation in education is really pertinent in the context of Nepal, because many students who produce from higher education, they became just employee, not employer, or they could not see the possibility of businesses in education sector. Business does not mean that, okay, people from business schools will see only. There are many people who are education background, they have been doing many businesses, but our business is completely focusing on educational business. And we thought that, okay, why creativity has not yet been fostering through the curriculum that we have designed? Why okay, critical thinking, reflective practice, persuasive argument, and action, especially action that we have not seen what they promised for has not yet been materializing in their effort. Why they have not, okay, taken the space in market to be successful person, just, okay, gaining degree and holding degree does not give any sense of education. Education will be meaningful only when that will be applied for the benefit of society. Why societal benefit? Even the theme of this, okay, transformative education, research, and sustainable development. So how can they be very valuable person for the community where they are from? That was our okay, main focus. And we thought that, okay, the curriculum that we have designed has not yet gained the space for innovation in education. Therefore, we designed curriculum in 2028 and implemented from the same year 2028, assuming that now onward we will be fostering innovation in education, entrepreneurship education. At least our students will see the possible businesses in education, and they will be carrying on to make their life successful in business area also. And then after, we focus on idea pitching. Why we focus on idea pitching is, okay, if we ask them to prepare business okay, plan, and if they come up with their innovative and new ideas, and if there will be support from okay, nation, international agencies, and other development sectors, okay, agencies which could join in hand together to, okay, materialize their innovative idea, that could be our let's say mission. That could be the way out for our mission. Therefore, we ask our students to pitch their innovative idea. Let me share, okay, first batch altogether, more than 20 ideas were pitched, but okay, they were not implemented in the practice. And second batch, they came and they pitched, okay, 30 ideas, but 4 ideas were really committed, and they were really useful for the education sector. And we called them at our university and we asked them, are you really okay, interested to implement all these ideas? Because we will not be providing any support, but you have to find the support from different agencies yourself. But your ideas are really nice ideas. We just support you. I mean, mental support will be there, but not financial support. And 4 ideas we selected altogether. And they were digital Sathi, hygienic school catering service, Wings Training Academia or Academy, and Diksha Art, okay, Art Cafe. These were the 4 okay, innovative ideas that we thought could be implemented in our local context in order to provide support and service to the people who are aspiring for. And they were committed that they will be, okay, implementing all these ideas as business in their local setting. Then after, let's talk about background of the study. We are focusing on innovation. How can we foster innovation in education? So in this line, innovative, critical, and creative thinking skills are necessary to solve problems. So nowadays, all curriculum which we have been designing for higher education should align toward innovative idea, critical idea, and creative thinking fostering creative thinking of our students so that they will be able to solve problem. As we have seen that many students, they have not yet been able to solve the problem which are likely to come or confront on them. So in this line, Ford, Musa, and Musaf 2020 embarked that educational system needs to be designed to nurture innovative, creative, and critical thinking, which contribute through knowledge to the societies. I mean, the knowledge that we have been producing from education sector that has to have a linkage to the society. That is what they are focusing on. At this backdrop, so one question may be raised, that does innovation in education has something to do with place and diversity? Why I am focusing this question from my side is, okay, why some people from some places are capable enough to, okay, use the power of innovation in education, and they have been successful to materialize their idea into business. And why people who are in diversity background, they have been successful to make something happen. The people who are in a homogeneous, okay, community, they have not yet been able to do something. They are still, okay, waiting for somebody to do something, and they are expecting somebody will knock the door of opportunity. Why this has been? Then one pertinent question that, okay, came in my mind, so is there any connection with place and diversity for innovation or entrepreneurship? And at this line, I gauged the depth of different literature, and I came to this conclusion that, okay, Salbim, 2017, I think she is from Norway. She claims that diversity has power to generate new ideas. She claimed that where there is diversity, diversity compels people to think differently. Different, okay, innovation, creation comes from diversity. Therefore, let's, okay, focus on diversities for innovation and the creation. Likewise, she focuses on place is required, and in the place, different agencies as people are required to communicate. They interact, they okay, share their perspective, they work together, they collaborate to make something happen, so that, okay, innovation gets, okay, or set out the journey from the place and the diversity is her claim. And people in their local context interact to explore possibility and implementing their innovative idea to create business is her argument. So therefore, so in this line, so we thought that Nepal is enjoying diversity from a long past, and why not the power of diversity be a part and parcel in our curricular focus and pedagogical thrust, so that our students could get opportunity to implement their idea into their local setting. That was what we were expecting. Therefore, we became very interested in this area. The purpose of this study is to explore the prospect and challenges of implementing educational ideas as businesses. For this, one question was framed, that was, how do students who have implemented their ideas into educational businesses narrate their experiences on prospect and challenges of creating and existing in the marketplace. Our focus is whether they are going beyond, let's say, they are going beyond their innovative ideas, or they are, okay, out of the scene or out of the market, or they are not doing anything. So what is the real status that, okay, their business in the marketplace, what they are creating, how they have been existing was our focus. And then after, for the delimitation, prospect and challenges in the study are delimited to financial management, marketing, operation and management, and critical risk analysis only. and place and diversity are delimited to communication, collaboration, networking, how they have been channelizing and streamlining. So for this, this study adopted a qualitative standpoint within interpretive paradigm. I used narrative inquiry as a method to gear up this study, and purposefully for participants who implemented, by hook or the by crook, who implemented their innovative idea, what they pitched at the university to the local context. Only 4 people were selected purposefully, and an in-depth interview was a tool to elicit information from them. So I used 4 cycles to process the collected information. Firstly, information was transcribed into English and coded for main idea expressed in their narratives. And secondly, themes were generated based on coded information from the narratives of our participants. And thirdly, information was analyzed, interpreted, merged signature literature and the theory. And for theoretical orientation also, I just want to tell you that I used this theory of innovation where communication, tie, and social system, these 3 lenses were used. Apart from that, so we also use one more theory, that is diffusion theory of innovation, where our focus that's how can we make more people trusted toward innovative ideas, so that they will go as per the changes that has happened from the effort of new people in the marketplace. For example, the theory of diffusion entails that for the first time, if you talk about innovation, only 2.5% people will have believe on it. The rest of the people will not believe. If we keep it in a bell shape, then early adopter only 13.5% will adopt. It may work, assuming that, and 13.5% people will not believe on what you come up with new idea. And majority, if we talk about majority and minority, 34% will be in a minority, 34% will be in majority, and laggards, only 16%. So this is a theory of diffusion in innovation, that slowly and gradually the laggarders percentage, if you will be able to increase through your effort, then you will be successful. This is what diffusion theory of innovation entails. These 2 theories were merged in order to make meaning out of what my participants share in their narratives. And if we go for participants information, let me share what first participant unfolded. My parents agreed to support financially as I saw, as they saw award of idea pitching from the Kathmandu University. However, amount of money I received from them could not be sufficient to start up my business. And then I went to the sister house to ask for the financial help. She promised to support 5 lakhs for her side. As I made financial arrangement, I had to create a team to manage my business as well as a legal provision. For this, I created a team of 5 members to work with and register to Department of Cottage and Small Industries. I also had a challenge of advertising promotion. It is very expensive to get something advertised in the paper or electronic media. I think the first participants shared that it was really very difficult for the new entrepreneur. For the novice or the fresh entrepreneur, it was really very difficult for them to be in the marketplace financially, plus other areas also I will explain later on. So similarly, my second participant shared that I thought it would easily implement my idea in educational market to support people in the educational network, but it could not happen. I had money to invest, but I did not have idea for operation, management, and marketing. The world of business is different than education. There are many nexuses to making a business happen. If we do not knock on their door, we cannot do anything because they understand the pulse of business. For this, we need to pay more than others to channel their network, collaboration, coordination. My purpose was to support our country's schools through software and technology hardware. I wanted them to support, improve their teaching and learning, human resource management of school, accounting, examination, students record keeping through our locally customized software. I also had a plan to support them maintaining their technological devices if they were not functioning well. For this purpose, I used network of ABC company, ABC pseudonym. They searched for customer for us. We went to their place to support them. I also observed prospect and challenges, competitor in the market. There are many companies created for the same purpose. We can be visible in the market through cost subsidiaries or quality. I adopted both approaches. This is approaches. Now my business is at the stage of the break-even point. Let's have a look here. Beautiful information my participants share, that two things that he highlighted, that is cost subsidiary. So, I mean, there are many businesses running within the same purpose. If your cost is low, then people will follow you. Number one. Number two, if your quality is advanced and if your quality is okay beyond what they have been utilizing, then they are ready to pay for. I mean, the same cost that other company they are taking or other businesses they are taking. Therefore, in order to be in the market, what strategies that my second participants adopted was cost subsidiary and quality enhancement. These were the two strategies adopted by second participants. And my third participants, first I searched for an open space that could be sufficient to start my business. For this reason, my local area became a bit far from the city. So, I mean, this is my local area, my place become his operation area became far from the city because he could not afford to pay for the same space what was required for him in the city area. It was too expensive for him, so that he went to the rural area. I also analyzed the risks of competitor and decreased prices on food delivery. I deployed 10 young people to deliver food to different schools. Now I realized that my business is in the market because of low price. The low price is the survival strategy in the market of Kathmandu Valley. Staff management has also been a challenge for me because sometimes 2 to 3 people suddenly inform me that they will not be able to come to the work for the day. For this, we need to get support from other networks which have already been established. I have now collaborated with 3 similar companies to solve this issue. I am hopeful that this business will fulfill my dream of existing an educational market. I mean, here, 2 different strategies that he has used. One is cost subsidiary, second is collaboration. In order to be in the marketplace, if there will not be collaboration, then he thought that he would not be able to deliver service to the people. If he will be failure in service providing or service delivery, then nobody will be after him, nobody will believe him. Therefore, what he thought is, okay, so one thing, minimal cost plus service delivery through collaboration. That was the survival strategies adopted by my third participant. And my fourth participant, the first and foremost challenge that I faced was marketing. Many principal and teacher of private school are reluctant to take training from outside. They expect their mother organization to organize training, calling experts from universities and abroad. I, as a trainer, made my space convincing them that my training would be beneficial to improve pedagogy, student assessment. I provided more than 200 free training sessions to 50 Kathmandu Valley's schools to create my market. Let's have a look. I don't have any expertise to solve the market need. I need to find people from private and public organization. Recently, the demand of training of schools have been subject specific, software centric, and innovative training that they are demanding. Many schools they are demanding. And for this, we do not have human capital to address their needs. Likewise, experts from outside are costly and difficult to find. This is what my fourth participant share upon. So if we go through the meaning or the key insight from what we received from our participants, the market pulse and rhythm. I mean, market pulse and rhythm in Kathmandu Valley is a little bit different, that still they are struggling a lot to understand that market pulses and the rhythms. They are struggling. It means they are not yet been able to showcase their business. Okay, they are not able to, let's say, get benefit from or the profit from the business that they started from their effort. Financial management, marketing, operation management, and the critical risk analysis were found to have been prospects and challenges of their startups. I mean, firstly, okay, they do not have marketing skills. They are learning. They learn being associated with other people who already have their networks across 77 districts. And okay, through that network, utilizing that network, they are selling their innovative ideas as business. And in the operation also, there has been really very hurdles for them, because they thought that, okay, small group of people would be effective enough to okay, channelize their educational business, but that has not been possible. They have to take help of other people and other businesses who have already been established, and their people also. And okay, they have not yet been able to understand. Yes,
I think you have to finish up.
Okay, I'll be very short. I'll be very short. Thank you, Ben. Then after they were found to have used power of place and diversity through proper communication, collaboration, network, improving their production. Here, I just want to link with that, okay, signature literature and the theory of diffusion and theory of innovation, that at least they have understood, they have learned from university that you need to use the power of place and diversity in order to survive in the marketplace. That power they have been using, so that they are still existing in the marketplace because of utilization of place and diversity. Relatively low price of their products and service were found to have been existing strategy in the competitive market. I mean, market in Kathmandu is really very competitive, and they are existing because of low pricing strategy what they have adopted so far. So in conclusion, I can say that innovation in education is a key to opening the door of possibility. Undoubtedly, it will open up avenue for everybody. For this, educational entrepreneurs need courage to implement their ideas in the marketplace as businesses. That many entrepreneurs, or let's say many students who come to Kathmandu University and they study entrepreneurship as their course. They promise to implement their innovative idea in the marketplace, but they do not do because of different reasons. So what I believe is at least courage is the first thing that they need to have. Without courage, they can't do anything. Money is secondary thing. Mind is primary thing. Okay. If they have innovative idea, that innovative idea can generate money, but money cannot generate innovative idea. This is what I can understand. There are many prospects and challenges to growing and sustaining startup. All these prospects and challenges are overcome through a power of place and diversity. That's we understood that if you will be trying to show your identity through educational business in the city area, then one and only thing that's help you is the power of place and diversity. The place shows the ways out for communication, collaboration, networking, whereas diversity exerts the innovation required to sustain in the marketplace. Many educational businesses are dying because they don't know diversity can excel, can be boon for their businesses. Why I am saying that? Today's generation, they are expecting innovation. Innovation comes from diversity. This is the thread that we need to understand. This is all about what I wanted to share from my presentation. Thank you all. This is these are the references I used in order to prepare this presentation and my paper. If there are some concerns, I just want to go to the chat box to see if there are some questions. I'm ready to answer before I go for next presenter. Okay. So here, my goodness, here are so many questions. Okay. I just want to collect. Okay. Okay. Excellent, insightful presentation, idea pushing innovative along with empowering live business venture in startup. Similarly, what about inspiring political curriculum, supporting inspiring group of academicians who are interested in opening new creative? Very nice question. And Sabina also asked, market that if price is low, then the quality of service. Okay, that is also okay. Now I just want to start from. Okay, that's a very good question that I received today. That definitely. Political political power or political thread, if we use, or door gateway, let's say pathway, let's say, if we use political pathway, then it will be easier for collaboration, coordination, communication, that we can utilize the power of place only. But real success will not happen. Therefore, why we are focusing place plus diversity is this reason. Definitely we can use political pathway in order to communicate what is possible, what is feasible, and we can sustain for 2 to 3 years. But our mission is not to sustain only for 2 to 3 years. There has to have a long-term sustainability. For this, we need to utilize the power of diversity. I mean, diversity doesn't mean the diversity of people, diversity of different aspects that we have to utilize in order to create, in order to, let's say, foster innovation. Therefore, place and diversity have greater power in this regards. And Sabina ma'am, she has rightly pointed out that, in the marketplace, if there is low price, then then people will not have believe on the service of the product that we create from our side. This is only the case for those who are hypes, I mean well-bred people, not for the marginalized, poor, and middle income people. I mean, average income, the people who have average income. I mean, majority of people who are dwelling in city area are average income people. They aspire for a relatively low price. They do not compromise on quality. They expect quality. At the same time, they expect a little bit cheaper than what they get from other areas or other let's say business houses. Why Bhat Bhatini they have been popular? Let's have a look. Even poor people, I can see, I visited in Dasai and Tiyar time, I can see many people, I mean, who have low income, they also have excess of that. How can we give access to the people is more important than heightening the price, hiking the price. Hiking price doesn't mean that we will get quality. No, that's not. So we can give quality plus low price together. If we merge low pricing and high quality, that will work in the marketplace. Okay, here is one question from Naran sir. Before Naran sir, Suraj Das Shrestha, what kind of innovation in education are we looking at through this research? Can you share more? Thank you so much for this question. And dear Dhanabhai sir, very insightful sharing, great. Since marketing is found the key issues, public institutional schools with more compatible and assets in Kathmandu and municipality can methodology, is it possible, sir? Okay. I mean, and okay. I understood what you mean. Okay, here innovation. Okay, thank you, Suraj Das sir, for your question. Suraj Das sir, for your question. Very, very nice question. Okay, what kind of innovation that we are expecting? So innovation means what is necessary for the contemporary society, what they are expecting in educational market. Do they expect this pen in a different form? Then if we are able to transform this pen into different form, suppose if they are expecting 4-in-1, 3-in-1, if we are able, we can survive. But we will not survive if we produce 4 different, which is not the interest of people. 4-in-1, let's say red writing, blue writing, then after let's say black writing and other color within one pen, if that is the demand of marketplace, and if we are capable enough to innovate accordingly, then we can survive. This kind of what is necessary is for the dynamics of society. If we can understand that market pulse, market rhythms, see if we can sense that, then only we will be successful. This is what we understand. And Naranji, thank you so much. That again, your question is very good. But my concern is if we utilize the power of municipality, that will be what academically we call place, not diversity. Municipal level is there, but that is a place for us, not the diversity. We have to mitigate both place and diversity in order to foster innovation. This is the concluding remarks from my side. Thank you so much for your wonderful question.
Thank you.
Now, moving on to next presentation, I'd like to request Pooja Dangol and Upendra Bhushal. They are making their presentation on training design affecting participants' learning in vocational institutions. So over to you, Pooja Dangol, ma'am.
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes, your screen is visible. Go to the presentation mode. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nice. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to welcome to this wonderful conference. And here we are here for presenting on the topic training design affecting participants' learning in vocational training. I myself, Upendra Bushal, independent journalist and writer, and with my co-author, Ms. Pooja Dangal, consultant and a trainer. So without any further ado, we would like to move on to our presentation. So our research basically contain this type of roadmap, like introduction. We have included some of literature review and a methodology for this review with a proper finding, discussion, and finally the conclusion with certain references. So talking about background, we have effective professional development that has been always been a priority for educator, academic, and policymaker for recent year to raise the accountability and to improve the quality of our learning. And the main goal of our this research is to improve the participant understanding so that they can use what they have learned when they are returning into their job. This might be possible if our training can be devised or tailored with participants' need in mind. Similarly, the idea of this research, for vocational education, is always there in Nepal, but professionally it took established after the establishment of the Council for Technical Education and Vocational Training. So basically, what is CTVT that comes in our mind? So it is a autonomous apex body of technical vocational education and training for the production of technical and skillful human resources that might be required for our nation. So we always believe for the technical human resources for our countries. So CTVT have certain responsibility that they have to perform, like for provide advice to the government of Nepal regarding the TVT policy and the program, and determining its scope and the standard, and arrange like a TVT program from the basic level to higher level. So basically, the CTVT mainly focus on the conducting the program from simple level to the complex level, including the basic local level to the marginalized level of people. So our training are provided with the vocational institution to deliver the quality services, and which include certain training design, like learner characteristic, trainer's competency, training duration, supervisor support, work environment, and relapse preservation. Similarly, we have our only stated objective that can the training be designing, because we have effective training occur when a participant understand the lesson. They are truly learning from the session. This was cited from the Felata, Shitano et al. 2007. Similarly, we have our learning characteristics that are used to specify the target number of people and to delineate those aspects of their personal, academic, social, and cognitive self that may influence how and what they learn during their session. So this might be the learning opportunity which is provided by the educational institution and are necessary for the adult education and the learning. Similarly, our research and question. While doing this research, we have faced lots of questions, like we have prepared on our mindset. That might be the question we have to face during our case study. So this research aimed to explore the influence of training design on learning transfer of participants of vocational institution and the link of environmental factor with the aim of training design. So there are basically certain questions that hits up in our mind, like how training design affect the learning of participants which are included in the vocational training. Similarly, the working environment, how can we connect this working environment with the training design for our further learning and transfer process. So here we have used a certain method of our research, like for the approaches, we have included the qualitative approaches. So basically for qualitative approaches, we have used the first-hand information through interview, questionnaire, and focus group discussion, including the participation with their observation and recorded in the natural setting or like tape recorder. And for method, we have used the case study. Like for case study, we had study a group of people in a certain setting or look at the entire community. Basically, we have included and focus on the participation to gather the information through our case study. And for sampling method, we have used the purposive sampling method. So basically for purposive, it's a non-probability sampling technique in which we have select the people which we find they are useful for our research So that was the sampling method that we have used throughout this designing. So for the research side, we are focusing on the Sajilo Seva Private Limited. The participant were for the employee of Sajilo Seva Private Limited, who have been working there in the technical field and made attempt to apply the training back in their job. And talking about the data collection, we have collected our data from 3 focus group discussion, where each focus group containing the 6 participation and making total of 18 people. Similarly, the responses that we have got to the participation were recorded through audio recording and note taking. So I'd like to pass the floor to my co-author, Ms. Pudha Dangal. So you can continue, ma'am.
So thank you so much, Upendra sir. So now I would like to go on with the data analysis phase. So talking about the data analysis, as Upendra sir mentioned, we use 2 different tools for data analysis. So the first one is that we use the focus group method for understanding whether the research questions were aligned with the literature review, and also to come on with our findings as well. So what we did was that we translated and transcribed each and every line stated by our respondents, and we audio recorded them along with, we took the notes of all those recordings, all those focus group discussions. Then the data were analyzed using the in vivo coding, where on the basis of our literature review as well as our own knowledge, we categorize all those information into 11 different categories, and then 4 different themes were identified, which we can see all in the screen. I would like Upendra sir to kindly please move on with the next slide. Okay, so we have 4 different themes which comprise of the training design, training implementation, and delivery. Similarly, we have instrumentality and work environment, which have been identified as the training design components affecting the the participants' learning in vocational institutions. So talking about the findings of our research, first of all, talking about the training design. Next slide, please. So when we were conducting the focus group discussion, one of the participants recommended to use and incorporate the training need assessment as a tool for identifying and understanding the need of the training program. So here, by understanding the need of the training program, we will be able to understand whether there is a skill gap among the particular component in the training program, and on that basis, the training curriculum can be designed. Similarly, the other participants stressed on identifying and taking suggestion from the prospective training participants, as well as from the organization, as well as the department heads and the concerned department members, so that we can identify the desired outcome for each training participants to reach after attending the training program, as well as understanding the current aptitude level of those particular employees or the prospective training participants. So here, understanding the training assessment is going to be the crucial factor in the training design process, so that it will be helpful for the organization as well as the prospective training participants in enhancing their learning in the vocational institutions. Similarly, the next component was about the training delivery and implementation. Next slide, please. Training design and implementation, where in our focus group discussion, few of the participants mentioned and give instances of the trainings which they attended in the previous days, where the delivery style and the implementation methods used by the trainers were so much handy enough that they still remember the points which were discussed in that particular training program. Similarly, the other training participants have also mentioned the use and incorporation of various training tracking mechanisms on the basis of that, whether a particular training participants have impacted and made changes into his or her work life after attending that particular training program. Similarly, this training implementation and delivery is mainly focused on the aptitude level as well as the competence and the skill of the trainer. So that means the way a trainer has used his or her skills in incorporating and understanding the learner's characteristics, as well as using an incorporation of various instructional design methods in the training will be handy and helpful in implementation phase to improve the participants' learning. So now talking about the instrumentality factor, instrumentality comprises of two major components, which comprises of the first one is intrinsic reward and the second one is extrinsic reward. So here the participants were giving us few of the instances during the focus group discussion, and we came to know that instrumentality is one of the pivotal aspects in enhancing the learners' motivation during the entire training program and even after the training program. So the participants gave few instances where they were so much motivated and competitive enough to work and implement that training practice at work, because they were given certain rewards for those employees who are going to apply right after the work. Similarly, here the intrinsic and restricted rewards are solely dependent upon the various demographics of the learner, because when we were interviewing and when we were doing the focus group discussion, we found out that few of the participants were very much interested and enthusiastic towards receiving the rewards, whereas some of them were not that enthusiastic, maybe because of their hierarchical factor, because of their organization. So now talking about the final component, which is about the work environment. So work environment comprises of the several elements upon which we identify three different components. So it comprises of the peer and supervisor support. Similarly, we have opportunity to use the learning into practice, and also regarding the resistance to change. So during our focus group discussions, the participants give few of the examples which we can see in the screen itself, where they have mentioned they were very much eager to use their learnings into practice, but because of the improper working environment and because of the lack of support they have received from their peer and supervisors, they have now forgotten whatever they have learned in the training, and they now can no longer apply it at work. Similarly, some of them also remarked on how their team members were very much stiff and they were not happy enough to apply those techniques, those new techniques which they have learned in the training program. So if the peer and supervisors are not supportive, then definitely the work environment causes and affects the participants' learning in vocational institutions. So here, during our literature's review and also through the data analysis phase, we came to know about the 4 different factors which affects the learnings in the vocational institutions. So talking about the discussion phase, in the discussion, we came to know that the training design to the incorporation of a proper TNA method, as well as different learning materials as per the learner's characteristics, will definitely be a handy tools in improving the learning of the prospective participants. So basically, the methodology used during the training program and also the way the training curriculum has been developed through the use of proper need assessment tools and techniques will be a very good approach in improving the learning effectiveness among the vocational institution employees. So now the next one is about, next slide please. Next one is about training implementation and delivery, where we came to know that depending upon the trainer's competitiveness and the use of various instructional design methods, here we can use a shared learning approach or maybe the case study or role plays, as well as various group activities which will be enhanced, which will enhance the learning of the participants. Similarly, the use of various tools and techniques which to improve and to monitor as well as evaluate the learning progress will be handy tool for the organization, so that they will know whether that particular training program had brought ROI into their organization. Similarly, it's also going to be helpful for the trainers, so that they will come to know whether his or her training program had brought impacted into their prospective participants and also in the hands of trainees who have attended the training programs, because now they are going to apply the learnings back at their work. So talking about the instrumentality factor, next slide please. Through the proper collaboration with the organization and along with the HR department, if the trainer brings and incorporates the training materials in such a way that both the intrinsic and extrinsic rewards have been provided to the trainees, even during the training program in terms of various factors like use of incorporation of different learning methodologies, and also after the training program, if the organization provides, let's say, career path development or also through the increment in the monetary, then this will definitely be helpful in enhancing the participants' learning. And the final one is about the work environment, where if the if a proper working environment and a conducive working environment has been provided and developed in the training into the organization, and also a proper platform for the trainees to use that learnings into practice, then definitely the retention of the training is going to take place, and also they are going to apply and bring changes into the organization. Similarly, peer and supervisor, it will definitely be handful technique to enhance the learning, because if the peer and supervisor are not supportive enough, even though how much motivated a participant will be, they will not be able to apply their learnings into practice. So the transfer mechanism practice and the resistance to change that each individual may have, or even in the working environment, plays a pivotal aspects in improving affecting the participants' learning in vocational institutions. So talking about our conclusion, all these 4 factors which we have identified, ranging from the training design and delivery to instrumentality and work environment, plays a very vital component in improving the participants' learning in vocational institution. So if a trainer or the institution or the HR departments takes into consideration about all these factors and properly designs and develops a training curriculum and implements those training curriculum, then definitely it will be helpful for the participants to improve their learnings into practice. So now these are the references that we cited and took for developing this research paper. If you have any questions, then you are welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation, both of you. It's a very nice presentation.
Thank you so much,
if
sir.
there are any concern, please post on our chat box. Yet we have not received any question. So till the question comes, one query from my side. Very nice. Topic that you have chosen. I really admire for your effort to make this happen. Now, my concern is how can we link this training design for sustainability and transformation of vocational institution.
Okay, sir. So talking about sustainability itself, whether in the terms of education or any other sector, sustainable plays a very vital role nowadays. So talking about the vocational institution as well, if the vocational institution incorporates the sustainability, and talking about the theme of the theme of this theme of this program, as well as our topic itself, if the use of proper training design takes into consideration, then definitely all those sustainability factors, like for example, let's say if we are incorporating the proper training practice, then definitely they are being able to apply those learning into practice and bring the change into his or her work life.
So your focus is training designing, right?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of designing that you people are expecting or you are advocating, embarking?
Okay, so basically we are talking about the instructional design method in the training design strategy. Similarly, we are also advocating the use of shared learning practices, where we believe that the use of facilitative method rather than lecture-based method is going to be better into the training program. Similarly, the use and incorporation of various experiential learning method, and also the use of the training monitoring and practices during the training program and even after the training program will be helpful for the trainer to develop him or herself into the training platform, and also for the trainees, because they are now being able to understand whether they have brought changes into his or her work life after receiving the training program.
So wonderful. Thank you. Any question from participant side? Okay, Pushpa ma'am, if you have anything to ask. Naren sir, so still we are expecting from your side one question, Naren sir. So not necessarily you can write on our chat box, you can appear on a screen and you can ask to them, because they have deliver very nicely their topic and the research that they have carried out so far. So if not, then we just want to move on to next presentation. So next presentation, thank you so much for your presentation, Pooja Dangol ma'am and Upendra Bhushal sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
We learn a lot from your effort and your research work. So keep on doing such work in your professional life. So this is our wish to you. Now moving on to next presentation, I just want to introduce our scholar Pushpa Kumari Sunar. She is our student, and she is so creative. And she has done a research on my transformative journey from a despotic teacher to a healer, educator, or leader, and auto/ethnography. This is her topic. Now, without doing any delay, I just want to request Puspa ma'am to make your presentation. And I request all the participants to drop your query on our chat box during presentation. Also, you can keep on writing. So over to you, Pushpa ma'am, make your presentation. Yeah, wonderful. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Visible.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone present here for our conference. So warm welcome to you on the second day of Transformative Education, Research and Sustainable Development Conference. So it's me, Pushpa Sunar. As Ganapati sir has already introduced me, I'm also a scholar of Kathmandu University, and I'm also working as a visiting faculty. So currently I'm doing my MPhil in STEAM education. And this one paper which I'm trying to share with you is a paper that I did for my assignment in my first semester. So to begin with, I think this might be a journey of many of us because we all have started our journey from beginner Rome teacher to where you are today. So this might seem to you like an autobiography of your own, or let's say a novel that you might be going through. So please put on your queries if you have any in the chat box. So here I begin. So the title of my paper is A Transformative Journey from
Hello.
Can you please mute Hira ma'am? I think somebody needs to mute her.
Hello.
I request all the participants to please be muted.
Sorry, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. So the title of my paper is My Transformative Journey from a Despotic Teacher to a Healer, Educator, Leader, and Autoethnography. So the title says it all, that it's a journey, my journey, and might be your journey as well, from a despotic teacher, very traditional, very conventional. The one in the picture you can see in the right side, I was that. So I think some of my students are also present here. So you must be laughing at me, but it's okay. So to a healer educator, healer, with the word healer, I mean the love that I fell in with this profession. So it's my journey throughout my teaching career for the past 17 years. So here I begin. So this are my presentation outline. So introducing about this, to talk about this paper is about my 17-year experience in Nepal's education sector. You can see here in the slide, I started myself as a learner, and then I worked as a teacher, administrator, and a leader. But let me tell you, this is not a linear process, because even today when I'm a leader, I'm still a learner. So it is a non-linear process. As Professor early in the morning, Prem Faik sir said that transformation is a non-linear process. Yes, it is a non-linear process, because even today when I am presenting you, I'm a learner, and at the same time, I'm also advocating for change. So I'm also a leader. So this 17 years have come up with lots of perseverance, determination, how I started my career, and what kept me stuck in this career, and how I moved on, and what I'm doing today, and why I'm doing what I'm doing today. So it's a kind of becoming a inspiring change agent in the development of education. So now the background, how I started this, the background. So to begin with, how did I become a teacher? Let me say that I was born and brought up in India. So it was in 2084. And then I stayed in India till 21 years. And I completed my bachelor's from India only. And then I came to Nepal. At that time, there was a lot of scarcity of jobs in Nepal. and we had no opportunity. The first thing that came to me was the teaching profession, because I had a foreign degree, I had very good English. And then I got this opportunity and I thought, why not? Because I had to go on, I had to earn something, I had to do something. And moreover, my interest was also to know about my country, my context, and this was the best place for me to learn about my country, my place, my people. So I went for a teaching job. So earlier it was just an option. It was not something that I was mentally prepared that I'm going to teach. So this was for me as a option during the job crisis. And yes, the privilege I've already mentioned, I had a foreign degree and a very good English, so I easily got a job in a very reputed school in Pokhara. It is one of the best schools still. So I worked there for 7 years. But then those 7 years, I was just what I was on the first day. And then what did I do at that time of period? Being a raw teacher, I had no training. So I just tried to replicate my teacher. I thought that that is the way how I should be teaching, because that is how I was taught. And then I applied behaviors across in the classroom. I thought that, yes, learning is all about discipline. The children who are well disciplined in the class are the ones who is going to top in the class. So that's how I started teaching in the class. And I also applied the threatening pedagogy, I would say. That means that if you don't do a homework, there is always a punishment for them. Or let's say when they are, when we finish a lesson, we keep on asking them lots of, dictations, lots of questions. But then what we did was, not a positive reward, but a negative reward was always there to threaten them, to make them learn, to make them habitual to learn. So, and then again, what kept me going? Because this was not actually what I wanted to do earlier in my first choice. So something that, evoked me, something that made me realize that something that kept me determined in this profession was my self-realization. And then I did. After I got married, I came to Kathmandu and I thought, no, I should do something. I should upgrade myself. This is not how I should be doing. And then I think this is with this profession, my children. And then I started learning. I joined AMED again. And Dhanapati was also my supervisor in my first master's when I joined here. So he knows everything. So then I started changing my perspective. So the problem statement of my paper again here, I started teaching career as an option, which made me a very raw teacher without a basic training of how I should be treating my children. And then I started lots of practical, lots of traditional approach, like reading, writing, and examining the children, and not beyond that, not beyond the classroom, I would say. And then this gave a better experience to my children as well. Even today, they say, ma'am, I remember your duster. That duster was not to rub the blackboard. Actually, that was to hit them. So I sometimes now I feel that, no, that was wrong. So all I did in my previous years of teaching was wrong. So here again, the purpose of my study is to critically reflect on my journey from being a traditional teacher to becoming a transformative educator and leader. Why am I doing this? Yes, because I know that the world is evolving. People are changing. We need change. We cannot go with the same traditional approach. And then the research question. How has my journey as a teacher evolved throughout the time? What helped me transform my practices? So with this question, now this is the theoretical perspective that I am looking my research into. So transformative learning theory of Mazzero, 1997 here. The disorienting dilemma is all about my pre-assumed beliefs and values that teaching has to be, all about reading, writing. Numbers matter. That's how the doctors and engineers are created. There is no other way. Again, then after when I joined Kathmandu University, I went back to the time how I was taught. And at that time, I felt, oh no, my teacher didn't do justice to me. They always kept on punishing us. And that's how, I reflected what I did. I did the same. And then I realized, no. And here the critical reflection, why do I need to change? What is the purpose of education? I started reflecting. Why am I teaching my students? Why? And then I came to an action and reformation, I would say, that how can I address the needs of the learners today? What are their needs? How can I involve them? How can I make them engage in the learning process? How can they create their own meaning? Again, this gave us a new knowledge creation. Learners should create their own knowledge through self-experience, practical learning, where the children are actively participants in the learning process. Education should help learners to solve real-world problems. They should be solving the real-world problems. Everyone is capable of learning at their own pace. We cannot say that all the children will learn at the same time. One size does not fit all. We all are individual human and we have our own ways of learning. So these things I realized and I have started my methodology here. So autoethnography, auto, as you see, it's about myself. Ethnography is the culture, the education, the school culture where I'm working, and the related people to me. So they are my culture. And me as an educator, as an individual, as a leader, as a learner. So I'm placing this myself. So according to Adams 2000 et al. 2017, autoethnography is a research method that uses personal experience to describe and interpret cultural text, experience, beliefs, and practice. So I'm going to interpret my experience. I'm also critically reflecting. My paradigm is multi-paradigm, which also means I'm using interpretive. I'm going to interpret my experience. And at the same time, I'm also critically reflecting on my own practices, what I'm doing. Am I doing justice to my children? So with this, the vignettes that I've collected from my own memories. So the initial journey of becoming a despotic teacher, how to teach? Started journey without any prior training and replicated the teacher as mentioned by Pant 2007 and Mananda 2022. I adapted the traditional way of teaching practice. Book, talk, chalkboard, wrote, and promote is also there. If you're not able to do this, we are not promoted. We are kept in the same class. So didn't bring book, notebook, homework, etc. Show me your hand. Oh, this is how I scare my children. Oh, I feel pity. Content focus. Oh, what do I have to teach and what children have to know? That's what my concern was, not beyond that. How is my children feeling today? I had no, idea about that. So one size fits all ideology. I thought that this is the right way to teach and every children should learn in the same way. But then learning is all about listening, reading, writing, but no questioning. There was no room space for the children to question. Ma'am, how this? Ma'am, why this? All the children were passive listeners. So promote, wrote, memorize, I used to encourage my children. And now I feel, laughing at my own experience. So this is the beginning to my experience of changing perspective. How did I start changing my perspective? So after joining Kathmandu University in 2013, I started knowing about this educational philosophies and the needs of the children. And then again, this enhanced when I joined Ahmed's team in 2020. I started giving trainings. I also started reflecting on my practice critically. And then I started understanding lots of educational, like Habermas, practical, technical, practical, and emancipatory interest. Dewey's democracy in education, and we have Vygotsky, constructivist approach, Mezirow, transformative learning. So all these philosophies, brought a change in my perspective, how children should be engaged in the classroom. That is not the only place where they learn. They even learn outside the classroom. So again, what I did, emphasize on children's readiness. Now I started believing children are individual. They have different ways of learning. And then I started giving importance to their readiness, their interest, learning profile, and while planning the lessons to meet individual needs. So learning is a process and child's engagement is must. Without letting the child's voice participate in the classroom, learning is not possible because it's them who is going to learn, not we. So I started giving importance to the voice of the children. Now change in attitude towards teaching and learning. I reflected in another way and I switched it. It's them, their interest, their ways of knowing. So then again, I started believing and practicing that every child is unique and has the caliber to learn, grow, and succeed at their own speed. not necessary at the same time. They learn in their own space. Like we say that, even the sun and the moon shines in their own time. So we should let the children, grow at their space, at their own pace. So again, now, so this is my final vignette, my final learning towards becoming the healing educator. Healing, with this term here, I mean the affective domain, the love that I fell in with the children, with my profession, with my learning attitude. Even today I'm learning, I'm going, I'm not trying to stop because, I've been continually upgrading my education for the past almost 9 years now. So this has helped me to heal as an educator and to be a healer educator. So through STEAM education, I started valuing the affective domain, art, ethical, moral values, and critically started reflecting on my journey as a teacher, educator, and started valuing the voice of my learner, their interests, readiness, and needs. So I also started questioning myself if my learners have been benefited by my way of teaching. Are they benefited? Am I doing justice to my children? So what is the purpose of education if it is not connected to real life problem solving? So we are teaching about autumn and all, but we are having a lot of climate crisis, pollution, lots of issues. So why aren't we connecting our children to problem solving? So this is, what made me reflect. And then I started connecting with lots of activities in the classroom, contextualized activities, planting and lots of, cultural activities, diversity activities, so that all the children can equally participate and they can, they can grow in their own culture. So are the learners facing difficulties? Again, even today, some of the children face difficulties. Why? So here I look into their problems, the problems that individual child is facing. Some of the children in my schools are special child. They are children with autism. I am very happy to say that my school is an inclusive school. I have 4 children who have mild symptom of autism, but we are very happy because for them, I took a training of 15 days so that I could help them, to grow as an individual. I don't want them to compete with other normal children. I want them to grow socially, and, compete with their own self and grow independent. So what should I do to make my school more inclusive? Here again. So critical reflection, realization, reformation. This made me today who I am. So final thoughts here again, without much delay. It's the summary of what I have already told you. I would just like to summarize this as a connection of head, heart, and hand. Head is the cognitive part. Yes, we need to teach the children the content as well. But the heart, the bonding with the children, that love, the children should feel safe in your company. They should feel safe to ask questions with you. They should feel safe to share their pain with you. And again, at the hand, the activity they should be involving in. Without them being involved in the learning process, that will not make any sense. So these are some of the literatures and citations that I've presented here about my paper, and then how I've transformed throughout my, learning process, learners' empowerment in probing the falsibility of own taken established ideas. Here with this, I mean that earlier I thought that was the right way of teaching, and the students who scored 94% is the best students. But today, when I look back, I don't think it that way. Today, I feel that no, every child is a winner. So in this way, again, I'm more open to, inclusive education. I'm more open to equality. I'm more open to equity. I'm more open to more hearing to the voices of the learners. So transformation comes through critical reflection and realization. With this, I think this gives me the inner peace and satisfaction and the strength to contribute in making learning meaningful and joyful for the learners. That's all from my side. These are my references. And I would love if you have any queries from the participants. That's all, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Pushpa ma'am, for your wonderful presentation. Okay, question will come on our chat box. I just want to ask one question. That in your paper, the focus of methodology was auto/ethnography. how you utilized the power of kinsgram and culturogram in order to become healer, teacher, and leader, is my question to you.
Okay, thank you, sir, for this question. I'll try my best to answer your question, and I don't know how far I'll be able to do justice, but then
Please. Other
with
participant, I just want to ask you to write your query on our chat box.
Okay, thank you, sir. So with this auto/ethnography, I mean to say that I, as an individual, as a learner, as an educator, as a teacher, are my experience. But then, apart from that, the culture, which is totally important. Without that culture, I'm not here. I mean, I am who I am because of them. Without that culture, I'm just Pushpashna, a person. But with that culture, I associate myself as a teacher, as a learner, as an educator. So I think that culture for me as why do I need to heal, be a healer? Why do I need to think that I should love them? Why do I need to think that I am for them? Is because I've written that to my teacher, to my students as well. All I am that today is all because of you. So I think this is how I've connected my stories here, my culture, this ethnography and then self-ethnography. So that's also from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, here one, I think Madan sir, he just share his wonderful sharing, Pushpa ma'am. Only we are expecting at least question, comment, input, suggestion from your side so that she can enrich her paper, and we will give space for publication later on from different journal. So we are expecting your insightful, constructive comment on her work. So this is from our side, a request to all the participants. Okay, if there is no any question, then we will conclude the session, okay? So thank you, Pushpa ma'am, for your wonderful sharing. There is one question for you. Are you a transformed teacher or in to her? Okay.
Sir, thank you, Madan sir, for this excellent question. I wouldn't say that I'm fully transformed because transformation is also a lifelong process. Like learning is a lifelong process. So as I said that this is a non-linear process, I'm always a learner from the beginning. I'm always a learner till the day I leave, I guess. So transformation, the word is too big to say that I'm transformed now. But then I'm in the process of transformation. And hopefully, the perspective changing. Maybe I will feel that I'm satisfied as for now. And I need to look for that. For example, right now I'm doing my MPhil and I'm happy. But I think this is not the end. I should be going for the PhD. And then again. So transformation for me is a lifelong process, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pushpa ma'am. Okay, your presentation is really insightful, and we learn a lot from your sharing and your effort. Okay, here is one more question for you from Madan Rizal sir. You have shared so many aspects of making yourself as a healer educator. How particularly which part you have been focusing on? That is the question that he has asked.
So when I talk about a healer educator here, I'm more focusing on being inclusive, being, giving importance to the voice of the children, being in love with the children. That means, for example, as I had already said, healer affective domain, more bonding with the children, more, I need to understand that pain as well. Now I'm trying to know the pain of the autistic child. How can the child learn? What can I do to help him learn? What can I do to make him socialize in this world? Because we, people's human mind has been so much commercial. We have no space for people with some, disabilities, right? So I'm also focusing on that. So as I said, whenever parents come and they say that their child has some problem, I am very happy to welcome them because I try my best. I feel that the environment is the main learning for the children. It's not the book. It's not the book. It's the environment that we give the children that they learn from. How you deal with the children, how you behave with the children, how you build a bonding with the children. Even today, the children that I taught in 2006 are in connection with me. They talk to me. They've already completed their PhD. Some of them are already MD doctors, but still I'm in touch with them. So I think this bonding helps. So this is where I'm more focused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. We just want to, let's say, wrap up the session. So today, all together, we observe and we hear 5 more papers from different scholars. First presentation was from Indra Mani Rai sir. He presented on legacy of conventional pedagogy in semester system, structuration of non-transformative education in teacher education program in Faculty of Education, Tribhuvan University, Nepal. So on that paper, his focus was from, let's say, philosophy, curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, transformation. We cannot see only the framework, semester system framework is there, skeleton is there. But in order to fulfill the place on that skeleton, there has not yet been focus from agencies, from Tribhuvan University, people of Tribhuvan University. Therefore, that semester system has not yet been instrumental in Tribhuvan University was the voice from the first paper. And the second paper, a teacher self-efficacy and classroom management practice. Here through a Delphi technique, our Dhruva Bahadur Saha, he gave us insight that this is the way how we can create a questionnaire for quantitative research. This is a reliable and valid process, and all those procedural dilemma that researchers were facing in higher education were made clearer for all of us. In third presentation, what are all those prospects and challenges faced by new or novice entrepreneur while implementing their innovative educational idea into businesses. So, I mean, we learn the power of place and diversity to streamline all those innovative ideas into businesses. Nothing more than, place and diversity help to their, business flourishment. And then after fourth paper was on training design. So how can we effectively design training sessions so that can be translated into or transferred into classrooms so that real transformation in a sustainable way we can expect from teacher educator. And for this, they advocated that vocational institutional sustainability and vocational institution transformation is possible through realistic training design, delivery, creating environment and mechanism of transformation. And finally, Pushpa Kumari Sunar ma'am, she made her presentation on her transformative journey from a despotic teacher to a healer, educator, and leader. She utilized the power of culturogram and kinsgram in order to, let's say, share her transformed journey. And we learn a lot from these 5 different papers. And thank you all the participants across the world for active engagement and active participation in order to learn something from this research work or the research paper and the article and the presentation made by our scholars in this room number 3. So I, as a moderator, I just want to thank you all. And okay, so I received information that at 3:35, there are different workshops in different rooms. I request all the participants to be active and engaging for other sessions and the workshops to be delivered by different scholars. Thank you all. Thank you so much. I just want to give this floor to technical team, Neeraj Tahal and others. Okay, please, if there are any information from the main room, please convey to the participants that we have here. Here are altogether 33 participants. Neeraj sir. $34. Pushpa ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other updates? Okay, after this we have a workshop.
So we have a workshop, and this in room number 3, Rajendra sir is already here, and Babita ma'am will be moderating the program.
Okay,
from
good.
3. Good. I think we can just
yeah. Number sir, you are true.
3:30.
Yeah. Now we have more. We have now workshop here in room number 3.
Yes.
Title of the workshop is 3CR Pedagogy to Transform Classroom Pedagogy. Classroom Practices, and moderator is Babita Mahajan, as Pushpa ma'am just said. So I do hope Rajendra Dasar is around here.
Yes, he is here.
Yeah. So thank you so much, Dhanapati sir, for this long marathon type of moderating.
My pleasure. My pleasure.
Yeah, right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Babita ma'am, are you around?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's moving break. Can we start now, or we'll wait for some of the minutes? So I don't know, what is the practice still now?
It's 3:30.
Rajendra sir?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
So like you have 90 minutes time, and in this 90 minutes, you can use wisely the various technological tool and engage the participants in your session. So we have also another workshop lead by us. So we may not be, we are around, but we are engaging in other workshops. So we can start by 3:35 and then go ahead. So if any technical difficulties, you may pass it on. You may ask to us. Please go ahead.
Means we have 5 minutes to start, isn't it? That's
Yeah,
right.
within that 5 minutes, I guess Babita ma'am can start giving a brief about this. Babita ma'am, I think if you're around, you can start it, and then by 3:30, Rajendra sir can start so that we can engage more, in the workshop.
Rajendra sir,
Yes, ma'am.
shall we start now or wait for some time? Taking it good, sir. 35 minutes, sir.
हुन्छ ma'am, सुरु गर्दै गर्दा नि problem भएन, but the time written there is 35. So we can start, no problem, ma'am. It's 32.
Yeah, okay.
Immediately forward, no problem.
So we already have 29 participants. Just give me a second, sir. Okay, namaste everyone. And once again, welcome to this transformative education, research and sustainable development. Though we have been advocating for the implementation of innovative pedagogies in different schools, some of the schools of Nepal have still been practicing the same traditional and conventional approach to pedagogical practices. So there might be many reasons behind this. And for example, the reason behind this might be because of the unawareness of the innovative pedagogies, or the constraint that is prevalent in the physical structure of the school, or even in the working environment. So in order to tackle with this, Rajendra sir has developed his own innovative pedagogy called 3C-R, where 3C means to connect, concept and content, and R means to reflect in each and every step of the practices. So with this, I'd like to welcome Rajendra sir. So to introduce him, Rajendra sir has done his MEd in educational leadership in 2012, and STEAM education in 2021, and an MPhil degree in transformative education from Kathmandu University. And he has been working in the field of school improvement projects since 7 years. And currently he is leading RS3 International, an academic institution that works in the field of transforming school for contextually relevant innovative pedagogy. And he is particularly interested in life-full teaching and learning, and has begun to focus his studies and research in this direction. So this workshop, through this workshop, it will help to set our own common pedagogy on the basis of the innovative pedagogy principles that is to be implemented in our classroom practices. And with this short note, I'd also like to inform you all that the workshop will be of 20 minutes, and there will be the delivery of his workshop for nearly around 80 minutes, and we can allot 10 minutes for the question and answer session. So I'd also like to request all the participants to drop your questions, queries regarding anything from the workshop, and also please post your thoughts and queries in the chat box, and Rajendra sir will definitely try to address them at the end of this session. So without delaying, I'd like to request Rajendra sir to proceed further with your planning. So Rajendra sir, are you ready?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It's me, Rajendra Daha. Please let me to share my screen. I think it's visible to everybody. Here, the title of my presentation is 3CR Pedagogy, and it is to transform classroom practices. So today I'll be sharing my ideas, how I'm working, how it is transforming classroom practices. And we will see some of the plans, and we will work by, I will be dividing you all in different groups. So we'll be working some of the things within this workshop. So from my part, I'm not speaking all the time. So two-way communication will be better here. So you can write your information in your chat box, or you can speak. If there is something is written in the chat box, Babitaji will help me I will be knowing through her if you have written that. So here 3CR pedagogy, here 3CR pedagogy to transform classroom practices. 3 C's are the connect, concept and context. And the pedagogy means we know about that. That is the process of learning and facilitating. And how this 3C pedagogy is transform classroom practices, that we will see. So the major learning outcome of this 90 minutes workshop is to connect relations. So you will be connecting relations, you will be developing concept, and you will contextualize it into your one real classroom situations, how you are practicing. So here, I would like to discuss with you in the first part, what do you think? What is learning? So anybody would like to share? For you, what is learning? Babita ma'am, please, if there are any information, please let me know. Otherwise, friends, you can unmute your microphone and you can tell.
You can write your queries. I mean, you can
Yeah, you can write. What do you
chat
think?
box.
What is learning for you? What is learning for you? In Nepali, हजुरको लागि सिकाइ के हो? Do you think it's process? Or you think it's other something? What do you think? What is learning?
There is answer from Sri Prasad Minister. Okay, sir, there are lots of answers.
Okay, you can tell me, ma'am. What are those? Because
okay, sir. So Sri Prasad Minister has written it's a change in behavior, and Samira ma'am said it's a process, and Rasmita ma'am is also going with the process. Learning is the process.
Okay.
And another answer is there, process of acquiring knowledge and skills. Knowledge transformation from Maruk Kafle sir. And knowing something what you did not know before. Knowing something what you did not know before. Gaining knowledge. Gaining knowledge.
Gaining knowledge. Thank you very much, dear friends. So let's go to another section, and another part. What do you think? Why we learn? Why it is necessary to learn? के लाग्छ हजुरहरूलाई? Why we need to learn? Why a child need to learn? Or why we ourselves need to learn? The one answer is already, that is in the first part, I think, that is for changing behavior. So any
so to change, to aware and update, to be aware and update.
Or update. Okay, good.
And for adoption, maybe adaptation. Yeah.
Okay, adoption and
to change your belief system.
Okay.
So
to change belief system.
Any
other
other
thing?
answers?
So this is the reason we are learning, not other thing. We are involving in different activities to learn, and these are the reasons.
Okay.
Don't you think there are some other reasons too?
Yeah, there's another answer also, to adopt new skills.
Okay.
For the existence of society, to adopt new skills.
New. So these all the things, changing in behavior, to update, for adaptation, to change belief system, and for new skill. Why these all the 5 points are required? Why these 5 points we need? Why these components are necessary for us?
So there's another answer also, to use in real life situation.
Okay, good.
And learning is an underlying habit of constantly changing one's perception. So it is very long, Sri writes, sir. Okay, I'll just read it out and you can take the key points from here. Learning is an underlying habit of constantly changing one's perceptions towards a certain aspect of life. It is important for us to learn given its very tenets of evolution through constant learning and unlearning process, and for solving problems.
Okay, so three things, seven total. To solve problems or issues. See, so we have written these 7 points here, like changing behaviors, to change or update, for adaptation, and to change in belief system, for new skills, to use it in real life situations and to solve problems or issues. So whatever knowledge we are getting and whatever knowledge we are delivering, however we are facilitating our students and kids, definitely if we think for these all the things we are learning, then definitely they are also learning for these all the things, whatever we have discussed. And these all the things, you know, why we need to solve problems and why we need to use this education in our real life situation. Can anybody tell me why this is required? Why to solve problem? What is the reason behind solving our issues and to use all these skills? What is the major motto? What is the aim of using it in real life situation and solving problems? What might be the reason?
For better life, to survive.
Okay, better life. So what will explain either the life is better or not? How we will define the life is better? What happened then we feel that the life is better now?
Quality and civilized life.
Okay,
and
civilized and quality. Okay, what does quality life mean?
So there is another answer also, to understand the human world and also to survive in the job market.
Okay.
Better life depends on individual.
Individual, definitely.
And life is better when people can live safely.
Okay, it means, so from childhood, whatever education we are getting, it means at this stage, we must have achieved these all the qualities. So it means we are knowledgeable, we are getting knowledge. It means we change so many things. We changed our behavior. We are updated. We have adopted so many things. We succeed to change our belief system, and our life becoming very easy these days, because, you know, from the childhood to till now, we have learned so many things. So it must be, our life must be easier than before. And it must be better. It must be at the present life, we are living in the, you know, the quality of our life must be good. If we are in the right process, then we must achieve these all the things. So, dear friends, I would like to go to another question. So, as a human, these are the reasons we are learning. So 9 things we have written here. For this we are learning, then can you tell me, how do we learn as a human? How we are learning from childhood? What has impact or changed our life from the root?
Through experience, sir. Durga ma'am has written through experiences.
Okay. Experiences.
Through daily activities.
Okay.
Through the learning.
Okay, involvement, and that learning is how learning is happening. So by experiences, by involvement or daily activities, involvement in daily activities.
Through reading.
Okay, reading, good. Reading.
From surroundings, people copying. Okay, copying.
Okay, surrounding.
Yeah, through social.
Good. Modeling.
Through social interaction.
Interaction, good. Any other saying, friends?
Environment and activities.
Environment and activities.
Seeing.
Okay.
Seeing, observing.
I have written sense organ, so that will cover all the 5 senses. Can you tell me what is the spelling of sense? I'm a little bit confused here.
S-E-N-S-E.
Okay, thank you, Babita ji.
Yeah, and through networking, sir.
Organ. Okay. Decoding.
Yeah, networking also.
What?
Through networking, sir. Networking.
Okay, networking.
Through practice.
Okay.
Learning by doing.
Okay, by doing. So involvement, I have written here. Thank you very much.
Imitating. Yeah,
Imitating. Excellent. So dear friends, these are the way we are learning. So we are facilitating regularly to our students in a class. So same thing we are doing, we are providing them experiences, we are involving them, and we are connecting their contents and lessons to their daily activities. So we are involving them in reading, and we are connecting the contents with surroundings. Are we able to show them as a role model how much environment of interaction they are getting, and how they are learning from sense, and these are all the practical things. So maybe, and most of us, we are involving them regularly in a same manner. So let's see how we learn from our level. So we are most of us, we are adult here. So let's see how we are learning in our level. So I have given one passage to you. I would like to request you to read a passage first. So I'll show you the question after that. Once while reading, you might laugh by reading those words. But once see this, then after that, I'll send you some of the questions, and you need to read this passage and you need to answer those questions. Babita-ji, did you read that all?
Yes, sir. I'm reading.
Okay.
So shall I read aloud, or our participants will read?
Once you can read that aloud, then I'll paste the questions in chat box.
Yeah, sure, sir. But I think it's very difficult to pronounce.
Once you can try, man.
Okay. Kumano is a Puntondro. It is found in Piti. Rahi has bought it from Pokendro. It was Mandro when it was bought. It would be Buto if it is used in Citromo.
Thank you, Babita-ji.
Thank you, sir.
Friends, I'll paste one link here, and you can click this link. So you will get one Google form, and multiple choices questions are there. So only one question is there where you can write 1 or 2 words. In other places, you can just tick the correct answer. The link is there, I guess. So you can do that. For a while, I'll be checking your answers. So we can take maximum 4 minutes per reading and to tick that multiple choice questions. So I can see one response is insert here, and he got 5 upon 5. All the answers are correct. So 2, okay, good. He scored 3 marks. Once try, the question is there in the, if you see here in question, the first statement is here, the paragraph is given here as well. So you can see this and you can submit your points. Okay, 5 responses. If more than half, then I'll go forward. Now we receive 8 responses. Okay, 9. So till now, maximum correct answer, we can see 4 out of 5 points. Maximum participant received 4 marks out of 5, and they are doing that. So you might be doing that. So I would like to go further. Everybody has answered this. These are all the questions. And I would like to ask some of the participants to, you can speak, even Babitaji can do that. First question is that, did you complete your task? Yeah, definitely. You complete that. That is the reason we can see that marks. And if I say now, so 13 participants, they have completed these all, and maybe others are doing. So you complete that. And what is Futandro? I would like to ask to you. Can anybody tell? Babitaji, can they speak?
Yes, sir. You can please unmute your mic and you can.
Yeah, you can unmute and you can speak. What is Futandro as per the passage? Anybody you can do that.
It's Kumano.
Okay, it's Kumano. Thank you very much. Can anybody tell me where does it found?
It's found in Vitti.
Vitti.
It found in Vitti. Okay, good. Thank you very much. Let me show you another one. Who has bought it from Pokendro?
Rahi.
Okay, Rahi. Thank you very much. And what will happen if it is used in Citromo?
Buto.
Buto. Thank you very much. And what are the noun words used in this passage?
It's a present.
Okay, anybody can try. What are the noun word used here? Like Kumano?
Utondro.
Okay.
Iti, Rahi, Pokendro, Mandro, Buto, and Citromo.
Thank you very much, everybody. So here, did you complete listening, speaking, and reading, writing activities here? Did we go through listening, speaking, reading, and writing activities here within this activity? And definitely, I can say thumbs up here. Yes, we have done that. So listening, speaking, reading, writing, the 4 skills are completed. But can you tell me, what did you learn? Except listening, speaking, and reading and writing, what did you learn? That is my question to you. Can anybody tell me, what did you learn here?
New words.
Okay.
There is in the chat box, it's written new words.
New words. Good new words. Other anything you learned?
So please post your answers.
Okay, good. So what did you understand by reading that? What is your understanding by reading that?
Concentration.
Okay, concentration. Good concentration.
Nothing. Nothing is also there.
Nothing. Okay.
Some of the mistake words also.
Yeah, some of the mistake words. Okay, you can tell that word as a mistake words. Fine. So
new words, but not understand, and connection. There's connection also.
Connection also. Okay. And can you tell me what is the reason you didn't understand that words? Can you tell me why you didn't understand that entire passage? What is the reason behind that?
Never heard of them. We cannot
Okay.
visualize them.
Okay,
Never heard.
It's new. It's new to you. That is the reason you didn't recognize that. You didn't understand that. Is there any other reasons you didn't understand?
We don't have come across these words. It is hard.
Okay. First time you heard these words, that is the reason. So you didn't understand. Any other reason?
It's hard.
It's hard. Okay, good. Are there anyone? Can you guess some of the thing why you didn't understand this?
No previous knowledge.
Okay, not previous knowledge about these all the things.
It was out of context.
Okay, it was out of context.
Even though we try to look them up in a dictionary, we won't find them.
Okay.
And new words and couldn't relate with our prior knowledge.
Okay. So we couldn't relate with our prior knowledge. That is the reason we didn't understand these all the things. So, dear friends, then if I need to write some of the thing here, the major reasons we didn't understand that, then can I say that it is new, so not understood, out of the context, and some other thing you told me.
Prior knowledge, sir. No previous knowledge.
Prior knowledge. What does this mean? What does prior learning means? What is this? Can anybody tell me what is prior knowledge? Babita ji, is there anything in chat box?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
Experience, previous knowledge.
Okay, previous experiences.
Previous knowledge, experiences.
Previous experiences. Okay. Thank you very much.
Not used before.
You said something.
Yeah, it's okay, sir. There's written not used before.
Not used before. Okay, not used before. Okay, fine. Then, friends, is this statement correct then? Is prior learning fundamental base of learning then? You said we didn't understand these words. These are completely new words. And due to lack of prior learning, we didn't understand that. And we can't utilize that in our real life situation. Then if you say that, then can we say that is prior learning fundamental base of learning then?
Our Anip sir has written not exactly. Durga ma'am has written yes.
Okay.
And it is, again, Anip sir has written, it is completely new language.
Okay, completely new language. And why we didn't understand that new language? Why we didn't understand that language? What might be the reason?
I never heard it before. So most of our
never heard it before. It means, can we connect that with our prior learning? If the words I have written there, if that was known to us, then can that passage provide some meaning to us then?
Yeah, there's written difficulty to connect with us.
Okay, difficulties to connect to us. It's fine, dear friends. So if you see Vygotsky, and if we see proximal development part, and so as per my understanding, the foundational base of learning is our previous learning, past experiences, past activities. So Sor said that that words are very new and might be from another language. And we have not heard that word. That is the reason we didn't understand. It means our brain didn't recognize those words because we have not encountered with those words which are used now. So as per that reason, the prior learning, if we have prior learning on those, then we might understand that all the thing. So as per this understanding, so I have kept the first part that is the connect for exploring prior learning of the kids. So whatever knowledge or whatever content, whatever lessons we are going to explore with them, we are going to keep in front of them. So we need to work with their prior learning, what prior learning they might have. You might say that kids of very small kids, they might not able to connect that because they do not have prior learning, but we need to search what they know. What is their prior learning? From there, we need to start. So this is the connect. You'll be more clear if we go through some of other slides. So here, so I'm talking only about the link with prior learning, that is connect. So let's see one plan. Let's go through one plan. I'll send you link. Once read that plan, and after reading that plan, you might understand some of the thing. I don't know if we divide this entire session into 4 groups, that will be easy or not. Babitaji, I would like to ask you, can we divide this session into 4 groups, or can we send that document to all and they can read any part? So can you suggest me what will be better? So I have designed this to divide, but if you wish, you can be here and you can read that.
Yeah, I think we can divide them into the groups so that it will be easier for them to read those in the group. So if they don't understand even some terms, also group members can help. So do we? Can you make breakout session? Niro sir, are you there? Or Rajendra sir, will you do it by yourself?
Yeah, ma'am, I can do that. I can do that, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, so I think breakout will be better.
Okay. I will send it in the chat box so that you can see the document here. It is one of the assignment of our student, and they have done. I have mentioned the name of the student there who has submitted this. So it is not designed by me. It is designed by the student. It is the first assignment of one of the group. They are studying in Kathmandu University. So you can see this, and once I will show you slide, then I'll send you to the different group for discussion. So here total 4 groups will be there. And in these 4 groups, the first group, whatever number you will see before going to the group, if you see number 1, then it means you are group 1. If you see number 2, 3, 4, then accordingly your group is that. So you will be focusing on connect, concept, context, and reflex. No problem, you can read all. So to link all the thing, everything from top to bottom, you can read all, but your discussion point will be of the assigned part only. So can I send you all to the different groups? Once you can go there, you can read that document and what you understand. So we will work after that. So I will divide total 4 groups, and time is not here. I think to read that all and for discussion 10 minutes is enough, I guess. So for 10 minutes, I will send you to a group. Okay, Babitaji, may I say? If you wish,
Yeah.
you can be here, or you can.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Okay. Assign automatically. Okay, I'll send that. So if you see Krishna Harisa, Niranji, they are number 1, group 1, Bhumiji, group 2, and Anjana ji and Anupji, group 3, and Elise ji and Dundi ji, group 4.
सर म त मेन सेसनमै आएँ सर।
Ma'am, any problem, ma'am? I'll see that. Okay, so not assigned is only nearest, sir. You can go there, I think. Don't worry, sir. We are doing group work. I'll send you to another group. Now, Samiraji, I can't see your name here to send you there.
मेरो नम्बर 2 थियो के अरे सर, त्यतिकै गयो फेरि।
Okay, once you can join, ma'am. Then I will send you to the group. Week planning. Discuss your assigned part. Babita ma'am, you are here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, once we need to visit two different rooms, I guess they might be confused. So you need to tell them like they need to read that plan and they need to work on their particular part. Okay, which we have assigned them. So as in group 1, you can go to 3 and 4. You can cover 1 and 2. I'll cover. Okay.
Sir, how could I go to that room, sir? Is there an option?
If you are co-host, then you can go to breakout room. Once you click breakout room, then you will see all the rooms. You can just click tick.
She is co-host.
Yeah. Go to breakout room, then you can press join, you will join automatically. You can go to 3 and 4.
Go to breakout room. So is there any option for that going there, sir? I have already been
Just
posed.
click breakout room. You can click breakout room, ma'am. Can you see that breakout room down? 4 boxes.
There is options right after pause and breakout room. There is options in more like in taskbar.
Taskbar. So I'm looking at the taskbar. The host has opened breakout room.
ठ्याक्क त्यो रिज्युम र स्टप रेकर्डिङको साइडमा ब्रेकआउट रुम्स भन्ने आइकन छ हेर्नु न म्याम।
रिज्युम यो मोरमा चाहिँ डटमा क्लिक गर्ने हो। ए ओके मैले पाएँ। सो ब्रेकआउट रुम 1 भनेर मात्रै छ यसमा।
ब्रेकआउट रुममा यता तल स्क्रोल गर्दै गर्नु त म्याम, त्यहाँ जोइन भन्ने छ, यताबाट जोइन भन्ने आइकन छ।
ए ओके पाएँ हस् थ्यांक यू।
त्यसमा अब जुनमा जोइन गर्दा नि भयो।
हस् थ्यांक यू सर।
Now, friends, everybody will be joining within 30 seconds. Okay, almost we are here. Let me share my slide and we will be discussing on that. Friends, you have gone through different components there. Can anybody tell me what kind of activities did you see in the Connect-based activities? Can anybody tell me what did you find? What is the focus on that? Those group who have worked on Connect-based activities. Babitaji, will you see?
Yes, sir. I'm checking the chat box.
What did you find in the Connect part? What was written in the plan?
Please please post your answers in the chat box so that I can read it out.
Can I share, right, sir?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So there's no one to just speak in my room. So nobody participated. They पनि सरले नै भन्ने हिसाबले चाहिँ this connect part ले चाहिँ हैन अब बच्चाको it's talking about body image भएको भएर चाहिँ all the activities is crafted to know more about what actually they know about the body. And पहिला आफ्नो अनि उसको साथीको त्यसपछि even the best part is suppose राजेन्द्र सर छ भने आरबाट पनि के रे पोएम बनाउने एबाट पनि पोएम बनाउने एडजेक्टिभ्स युज गर्ने सो those are the things like written here to know more about the previous knowledge. Self-reflection rubrics is I guess I'm a bit confused, but others saying, sir, it's all talking about previous knowledge, right, sir? Thank you.
Okay. Babitaji, something is written, I think, in chat box.
Yes, sir. To connect part heavily contributed towards identifying one's body image. Activity 2 and activity 3. Identifying one's body image.
Okay, identifying one's body image. Okay.
2 and 4 stands out for me.
Okay, identifying one's body image.
Body image.
Pujaji, will you elaborate a little bit? So here, who has crafted this this assignment? She's with her. So I would like to ask Pujaji, can you tell me what is your understanding of this connect part?
Thank you, sir. So in this connect part, so since the topic is body image, and if you had gone through the central idea and lines of inquiry too, so children will be figuring out about the positive and negative body image. Actually, first they'll figure out the different factors talking about the whole plan actually. But in Connect, before we give them the concept, we're trying to figure out how they feel about their own body, how they, what kind of friends they want for themselves, what kind of body image. Body image is not only about how they appear, but how they are inside out. And so त्यसको मा चाहिँ to help the children figure out about their self, about the people around them, even to choose the role models that they choose from the media or somebody out of their friend circle. So we make them write different paragraphs explaining about what kind of people they want in their around them. Sorry.
Okay. Okay, here she has focused, while going through her plan, she has focused the prior learning of the children, and this part she has highlighted mostly. So second part she has highlighted, that is wonders of children. And she has used another one, that is wonders and, as per their understanding, what kind of body is ideal for them. So
there is one where we ask them to draw also. What is their
Ideal
understanding of ideal body image?
Okay.
And the
please.
self-reflection rubric that Subhash sir, I think, was wondering about was we made one rubric with different questions about their self to figure out their insecurities. How do they feel about it? When somebody comment, do they want to go in a group of people in social gatherings? Or there were different questions which were focused on their body image. So some children who were fat had negative answers, and the positive children had positive ticks in the rubric part.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. So it is the first part. So insert, we can say that. So all the activities which explore the prior learning of the children will be explored in this part. The teachers will help them to find out their prior learning. So teachers will find out, and even the student will realize what they know and what they want to know. So moving through another part.
Excuse me, Rajendra sir.
Ma'am,
sorry to interrupt you. Sister Rose sir has also written there connecting means think, peer, and share. TPS.
Yeah. That can be done. Yeah, definitely, Bhavikaji. So, friends, can you tell me who has seen all the points in the concept part? Can you tell me what did you find out? What kind of activities were there?
So we're in the group 2. Please share your
Group
answer.
2 friends.
I was one of them. In concept, to make the concept clear, we asked them to interview the family members, usually the elderly family members, to figure out when they were their age, the grade 5, since it was grade 5's lesson plan. So we give them one task to interview their elderly family members, how they felt about their body at their age, grade 5 age, and with time, have they become confident about themselves, or still if they have the insecurity about their body. So with age, have they overcome their insecurities about their body? So children ask, and most of the parents told them a positive answer that yes, now I don't have any insecurity about me being dark or me being very fat. I'm confident because I know what's healthy for my body. Those kind of things the parents told, and the children could relate that appearance is not everything. So another one was...
Can any other, sorry to interrupt you. Can any other participant, can you tell me what other things did you find out while going through the concept part? What was the focus? What did you find out there in the planning? What was focus? The first part is, ma'am, please.
Okay, Pima ma'am has written that help concept level 1, self-realization.
Okay.
Self-analysis.
Self-realization analysis.
And see own self. Yes, also written number 3, see own self, and interaction with family members.
Okay. Okay, so interaction with others for these all the reasons, I guess. Okay, fine. Is there anyone, ma'am, others?
Okay, Anup sir, he just wrote self-discovery.
Okay, self-discoveries. Okay, anyone? Some of the points are, I think, that. So friends, here, moving to the second part, that is concept, which means now students, they need to add new concept on their learning. So the this component, self-discoveries, or we can say the process of finding out something, or we can say investigation on the topic or the content is carried out here through different means. So this is the main part. This is the second part. So now, what prior learning they have, that is discovered. If teachers find out that all the thing, now this will help that teachers or facilitators to move on. So in this stage, they manage to allowed students or the learners to find out, to investigate the facts or the depth, what they need to discover. So this is the second part. This is the concept part. This is the concept-based activity in there. So let's go to another one. What did you find out here in context? Anybody? What did you find out here?
Especially in the context, it is connected to the real life experience, and there is given the 3 activity. And for in the first ones, the one of he writes the letter to guessing as a friends and mentioning about the eating habits, her eating habits, about eating disorders को बारेमा थियो भने नेक्स्टमा चाहिँ तपाईको the guest speaker share his experience, real life experience about his how he explains about his body image, especially it is connected to the body image को बारेमा उले कस्तो एक्सपिरियन्स गरेको थियो, उले आफ्नो शेयरिङहरु गरेको थियो भने in the third activity मा चाहिँ अब स्पेशली तपाईको चाहिँ अब पावर पोइन्ट को स्लाइड को थ्रुबाट चाहिँ अब पोजिटिभ र नेगेटिभ इन्फ्लुएन्सहरु बडी इमेजको कारणले गर्दाखेरि कस्तो कस्तो किसिमको इन्फ्लुएन्सहरु आउँछ, स्पेशली त्यसको बारेमा चाहिँ मेन्सन गरेको छ.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Dear friends, this one, the connect part is, especially it is connected with the use of all the knowledge, whatever they have explored through different activities in this part. They will try to connect their learning on their own life situations. How can they utilize that knowledge on their own life? So here they have learned different things through exploration. So whatever they have learned, now what they need to do, they will be working on this. So what kind of food they need to eat. So themselves, they will be able to do those things. Then they can explain that, which we can see from those activities written in the text. So here another part, reflect is given here, and you can see the reflection part is kept in the middle, in the center here. So what did you find out while going through that plan? Anyone? Can you try? First, what does reflection mean? Then we can start from there. What is your understanding about reflection? What is reflection?
So group 4.
Yes, I think to dictate it would be like, seeing one's own image reflection. By the way, reflection is an act of like going back towards the past experiences or knowledge and thinking how I have done or what the experience was in hindsight. So that is reflection, I think. And the important thing here in the lesson plan that Pooja ma'am has made is that, this reflection part is not a standalone in itself, but in the 3C concepts already integrated and inculcated reflection in every part of it, in every 3C section, if you see. So I think in the reflection part, if I go through the plan again, I see that there is a summative assessment which student will be given, wherein they will be able to write their express their understanding of the unit through different ways, in which they will talk about drama or about anti-bullying, monologue presentation, maybe 3D digestive system model presentation about the organs and functions. And I think the other part is the quarterly exam on the unit, which will be conducted in different subjects from these reflection process. So I think all in all, the reflection part is just another, what do you say, a nutshell in it, because she's already put reflection in every part of her, lesson plan already.
Okay, I would like to ask some of you, like, is the reflection separate fourth part, or it is connected? What did you understand while going through this?
It is connected, sir.
Okay. Friends, so as she said, it is connected with everything. Here, when we linked child to link their learning with previous experiences, or when we explore their prior learning, so however the answer, that we can say their reflection till that time. So when they work, they explore different components. So at that time, they express their learning, and that is their emergent learning on that component. There might be, that learning might be correct in a same, or whatever we think, what they need to learn, however we think, that might be as per our understanding, or that might be different, but that is their emergent learning, and that they will be reflecting their learning of till that time. And here in context, they will utilize that in their real life situation. They will use it, and at this period again, what they feel and what they experience, and so this will be reflected through different means. So these are the 3 C's, and this is like we can say in jewelry, we use that in gold. We use, I think, sunma jortile jorne, like that concept. So reflecting is joining each and every component here. So this is the first model of 3CR concept. So there are different models, and this is the first mode of this 3CR component. So why I have gone through this, why I have gone through with this 3CR. So little bit background I would like to share with you. So first one, this is our curriculum. It is the curriculum, we can say integrated curriculum. This is designed from multidisciplinary perspective. And the major part in the central idea in center part, it is written Hamro Serofero, but the government has focused on transversal skill as well. So if we do not follow pedagogy that develop transversal skill of the learners, then that wouldn't be valid. That is my perception. If we go through similar manner, if we see another part, another curriculum of 4 to 12, grade 4 to grade 12, so same thing is written. The central part is transversal skill. So everybody is discussing about the application part.
everybody they are discussing on different skill. So in center, there is soft skill. So if we see different theories, like we can see different teachers and different schools. So one kind we can see like pouring knowledge to students' head. Even you can see in the picture, ठुलो बाल्टिनबाट स्टुडेन्टको दिमागमा खन्याइराखेको जस्तै, like one-way delivery. If you go through this different second picture, we can guess what is happening here. It's completely different than first one. So second one might tell us now both of them are working and they are constructing knowledge. And even the teacher might learn from students, and the student might learn from their one hands-on activities. So here, if we see the third type of school, and just a minute. Okay, we can say critical creative. The name, any name we can give. That is another part. But here, more reflective activities will be there in third part, more than number 2. So number 2 is limited to work only. The third one is more on reflecting what they have done. They are doing in number 2, but more they will be reflecting. For this, we need to select pedagogy, but which to select? So I have found innovative pedagogy contributing to develop transversal skills. And I have gone through innovative pedagogy and some of the research. As per the research, I have found that it is increasing interest of the student, which we can see the report of this Kanzanian, Kazakhstan. So which have somehow similar situation of Nepal. So here, if we see active involvement part, that is also we can see if we use innovative pedagogy, then that will increase. We can see the report of 18 here, that is increased, and this ratio is 69.70%. And even we can see in the creativity part, development of the creativity of the student, that is more than 60%. So as per this, I'm convinced that the curriculum, whatever curriculum we have, we can achieve learning outcomes through innovative pedagogy, and we can develop soft skills of the students. So while exploring, I have found different pedagogies. Somewhere we can see 3E, 5E, or 7E, even design thinking, or we can say STEAM, computational thinking, not only thus. There are so many, and these are not limited. There are so many other pedagogies, which name I have not used here. But out of this, which one to use? So as per that, I have gone through the common components of these all the pedagogies. What are common here? So while going through, I have found the prior learning and curiosity, or what they know has everywhere. I have found in most of the pedagogies I have found that they are started with what they know. That we said prior learning. And second part, in every task, either individually or in pair or in group, those children are used for investigation. They were engaged for investigation. The third part I have found that in whatever activities they have engaged, they have given chance to present. They have given chance to reflect their emergent learning. And another step I have found, so everywhere the application part is given. So as per these all, I have found other some of the components, like inquiry-based learning, different learning parts are there, different learning methods are there, project-based learning, even integrated learning, incidental or issue-based learning. And we need to integrate those ideas with these also. So I have tried to integrate these all the components in 3CR, like in 3E, 5E, or 7E, design thinking, stripling, or STEAM, and even in other pedagogies, I have taken the common components. And those common components, while after collecting this, I have given the name Connect 3C and 1R. So this is the foundation of 3CR. So here, if we see this 3CR, after going through connect, concept, and context, I have tried with other modules as well. That is, not begin from only from connect. I have tried to use it by using the concept, context, and connect part. Similarly, I have used context, connect, and concept part. But however, if we use these all the components in any manner, this is useful, I have found. So for example, if we allow a student to go to outside and to explore things themselves without knowing their prior learning, from there also we can make them learn. But when they come up with certain solution or certain thing, after that again we can connect. So either you can start from connect or concept or even connect. So from any point you can start, but we need to begin from the connect part. That is the essential part of this. You can use this any one of the model, like 1, 2, 3, but first priority should be given to 1. If we understand connect, concept, and context, then we can use those any. So I would like to stop my presentation here, and I would like to listen from dear participants. So what is your observation? Can this 3CR perfectly work for Nepalese classroom? So can we use this in our school? What is your understanding, and what lackings can you see here? Here in as per my class in university, I'm regularly managing my class using this 3CR concept regularly, and they are planning and they are working on this. So Babitaji, I have just completed my part, and I would like to listen from dear participants and from you as well. Thank you very much, Babitaji.
Thank you, Rajendra sir, for sharing your own developed innovative pedagogy. So actually this 3CR, I find it really effective. So first of all, I'd like to request all the participants to please post your thoughts, your questions regarding this 3CR pedagogy in the chat box. And after that, only I will say something about this. First, I will listen to participants. So there's one question written: have you implemented this approach at school? So the question itself is here.
Yeah, definitely, Sonika ji. Now there are 23 schools who are practicing this approach at present. And that plan I have demonstrated here in the workshop that is developed by one of the teacher of one of the school.
Okay, thank you so much.
That is not my plan. That is the plan of a teacher.
So here I have got the not question, but it is like appraisal of this workshop. So Alisa ma'am has okay, and Pooja ma'am, it's easier to apply because the 3CR are flexible and reflection is virtual. So I do have a question. So what sort of difficulties did you face by implementing this new innovative pedagogy in those 23 schools, sir?
Ma'am, definitely. Thank you very much, ma'am. And the first one, when I introduce this concept in the workshop to the school, generally minimum I take 3 days to introduce in a school, and our sessions are on the workshop best. And while implementing that, the first question teacher raised, now we need to give a concept which are unknown to students. How can we use this? Because they do not have enough prior learning. So even for example, if we need to work with A or Ka, and the prior learning of Ka and A is not to the student, what to do? They generally ask. And my question is, then start from what they know. Yes, they do not know Ka, but then don't start from Kasua, because Kasua is unknown to the kids. They can start from Kapal. That is very known to the children. They can start from Karai. They can start discussing about the things related with Ka, which is around them. Not from the abstract thing, from the concrete thing which are around them, and just explore what they know. So from the I just suggest, ma'am, even in mathematics, teacher asks, we need to deliver the concept of mathematics, how this is useful. Then I just say that just try to explore what they know. Because if they are in grade 5, then they have learned till grade 4. So they must have some prior learning on mathematics till grade 4. So explore that component first. So after exploring that component, then only you can request them to explore the concept of grade 5. And here in this concept, we do not directly guide the student on the concept. We give them chance they will try to explore first. Even in mathematics, they just see example, they try to explore examples, they try to learn themselves. Then teacher role comes, they can help them. Definitely the teachers directly, language teachers and even science and social and language teachers, they easily accept the concept. And if we talk about the mathematics, just they feel, what happens if we start from concept? Then after giving concept, we will definitely connect their prior learning after that. And as per their suggestions, I have developed another model, and that starts from concept and then connect and then context again.
So thank you so much, sir, for your elaborative answer. So actually, I also have faced the same kind of problem, like just you said. How can we connect? How can we make students learn about core because they already don't know core, and how can we connect with the prior knowledge? So thank you so much, sir, for this answer. So any participants?
Babita ma'am, one thing I would like to add. Just before this presentation, I was in another presentation in the conference, and where they were talking about the pre-primary, and that was the discussion about the language learning. In language learning, ma'am said that we do not need to start from the letter. We need to start from the object. And even the Bhima ma'am is here. She's working with ECD. We don't need to go through the letters, but we need to go through the pictures. We need to go through the object, what they know, what is around them, and slowly we need to connect those words which they know with the letters. And that will become easy, I guess, ma'am. And the same thing is happening. And my area is not. I'm not working. I'm not a ECD teacher, but I'm convinced with that idea as well. Just before this presentation, where I was.
Yeah, definitely, sir. So to make something there is one proverb also said, "Tell me, I'll forget." Something like that. Through observation, I can learn more. So this, I have listened this kind of proverb somewhere, and I forgot that what exactly there was. So it is more related to that. So through concrete material, our students can learn more easier, but especially in the ECD. So I do have another one question, Rajendra sir. So have you faced any type of statement from the teachers saying Sir, हामीलाई like lesson plan को model दिनु, then we will work according to that. So no, without their own creativity, they most of the participants or most of the teachers ask for the model. So do you face any type of situation?
Definitely. Even not only in classroom, even in the university classes, the students are asking, "Sir, can you give me the ready-made model?" And that I'm not giving. And first, I need to make them work. When they practice, they go through several activities. When they practice, when they develop their own, and then after that, I give them some of the models. Because initially, if we give, I have found is same thing. Whatever model I have given, I have not found that they have keeping their own ideas to improve that. So that is the reason I'm not giving those models. But when they practice, and later on, I give them some of the samples, and they develop, they work, and in later part, after 2-3 weeks, they become convinced after practicing in classroom, and they slowly becomes positive with what they are working, and they share with me. So the first we were not convinced. Now we worked, we use this in classroom, and now the students are more active. They are interacting with us very frequently. So this kind of responses are, I have found this kind of responses.
Thank you, Rajendra sir. There is another one question from Durga ma'am. Reflections are necessary in each part of 3CR application to implement effectively. And my question is, what way of reflection can we use in preschool?
So good question. So nice question, ma'am. So main part is, when we deliver something, when we discuss something, if you ask some questions to students, very simple questions, what is your, what do you like to wear, or which color do you like? And don't you think these questions are reflective questions? And why you like this, why your best food is momo, or something else. These all the questions are reflective questions. So whatever questions you are asking with the students, those all the things are reflection. So it doesn't mean that if you follow certain procedure, then that become reflection, and if other parts are not. So if you give chance to if you try to connect those child, and if you made easy environment to share their experiences, share their emergent learning, share their prior learning, that all comes under reflection. Did I make you clear, Durga ma'am? I don't know.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Except like questionnaire, except asking to them what kind of like reflection, way of reflection can we use in kids? Actually, I want to know that, sir. Thank you.
Ma'am. If we talk about the senior part, even reflective writing, we can do reflective writing. Even you are giving some drawings, that is also reflection. So through that, they can reflect. If you give them chance to present something, so that is a reflection for them. So it depends on, for which group you are discussing, but reflection can be of different part. Even if we talk about the adult learning from our part, we are habituated on doing autoethnography, especially those people are doing writing stories as per our own experiences, and connecting those all and reflective their learning.
Thank you, Durga ma'am, and thank you, Rajendra sir, for answering all those queries. So with this workshop, I'd like to conclude this session, and I'd like to inform you that in the room number, we will be having 5 minutes of break. And after that, from 5:10, our keynote speaker, Suresh Gautam sir, will be there in room 1, where he will be sharing on the urban education in global South, social justice and transformation. So thank you, Rajendra sir, and thank you all the participants for your wonderful participation, active participation. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Babita ji, for moderating. Thank you, all the participants. Thank you very much for your interaction, your activities. Thank you very much, everybody. Bye-bye. Good night. Have a wonderful time.